Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is 6 o'clock, May the 7th, 2019, and we are convening our Duncanville City Council briefing session. Thank you all for being here tonight. Appreciate your participation. Just so you all know, if you've looked at the agenda, we will have a discussion of the briefing of the agenda items, and then we will immediately go into executive session. And so once the general discussion is over, we will ask you to vacate the room so we can immediately go into executive session for the two items that we have on the agenda. And after that, we will convene into council chambers. Okay, Mr. Hugman.
Mayor and Council, tonight on your agenda, first item under the consent agenda are to consider the minutes for the April 16th City Council regular meeting. Item 4B is a resolution approving a professional engineering services contract for the Madrid Alley reconstruction project with IEA Incorporated. This is in the proposed amount of $55,753. What this project will do is to reconstruct approximately 1,500 linear feet of alley pavement, which will include pavement reconstruction as well as drainage improvements in the alley between Madrid and Granada Drive, from San Juan Drive and North Cockrell Hill Road. This is an older alley built in the 1970s. We have money in the CIP this year to do the design work on that, and then the actual reconstruction or the construction project is actually scheduled for fiscal year 2020. So again, this is for the engineering design for this project in the amount of $55,753. And that the funds are in the alley capital improvements fund as well as the drainage capital improvements fund. So there will be funding coming from both of those sources. Item 4C is an engineering contract, professional engineering services contract for engineering design for the water pipeline improvements in Link Drive. This is with Dunaway Associates and the proposed amount of $56,850. This project will replace approximately 1,250 linear feet of 6-inch and 8-inch water line under Link Drive from Camp Wisdom Road to Jellison Boulevard. The existing lines are as old as 1955 to 1981, and they are in bad condition. We need to replace those. So again, this project, the project is scheduled for construction in FY 2020, so we're trying to get the design work done this year. Funds are available in the utility fund capital improvement program for this engineering work. Those are the items on the consent agenda. On the regular agenda, item 5A, the Tower Crest right-of-way abandonment. If you saw my email, the applicant on this has requested the item be tabled. He is not here tonight, as far as I know.
The item be what?
He is not here tonight, as far as I know.
So you mean tabled?
He has requested it be tabled.
Okay, I didn't hear that. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So, just so we understand, City Attorney, in order for that item to be tabled, we, the council, have to consent to that.
Yes.
And we do that here, or we do that out in the chambers?
Someone make a motion to table that item until your next meeting.
Okay.
And someone second and vote on
Item 5B is the resolution approving the first renewal of automated registration hold services between the city and Redflex Traffic Systems. This is more commonly known as the scofflaw contract. The city, you will recall this agreement was on the agenda in December. It failed on a 3-3 vote. It has been requested to be brought back for consideration. There are two different pieces to this. The original Redflex contract for the equipment for the red light camera system was entered into in 2006. And then in 2011, the council approved a 10-year extension, actually in 2012. So the current agreement for the red light camera system is until 2022. However, the city also entered into a separate agreement with Redflex to provide the automated registration hold database to Dallas County. And that contract was entered into in 2013 for 5 years, so it came up for renewal in December of 2018, and that was why that item was on the agenda. This is a request to exercise the first of 2 5-year renewals. What Redflex does is they provide the database to the Dallas County and Texas Department of Motor Vehicles for red light camera violations that are not paid. Dallas County has a scofflaw law and hold in effect where they will put an automatic registration hold on vehicle registration if those red light camera fees are not paid. So this contract is essentially for Redflex to provide that data to them.
And has nothing to do at all with the equipment itself.
It does not. However, the scofflaw revenues and our total revenues from red light camera violations, what we receive through scofflaw holds is a little over 40% of our total revenues, $860,000. So without the scofflaw, we do expect that revenue will decline. Over what period of time, we don't know, but we do expect it to go away because there are people who will not pay it ordinarily. And that would have an impact on the budget for the red light camera fund. We do have a contractual agreement with Redflex, as I mentioned, for the system itself. And between what we pay to Redflex and what we are paying on other salaries and administration and what we pay to the state of Texas, assuming that we don't have the scofflaw revenue because it is based on the revenue as well, we do believe that we will still exceed what we take in under normal red light camera fees. So those fees that are paid voluntarily, we are concerned will not sufficiently cover all of our costs, and we will have to either move some maintenance and operations out of that fund into the general fund, defer or not complete some projects such as the CDBG sidewalk program, ADA push buttons. Those kind of projects have been funded out of this fund in the past. And so some of those projects are on hold right now until we determine what we're doing moving forward on that. We did also talk to a separate firm, MBBA, who does collections for our courts. As a collection agency, they would handle those red light fines, but also as a collection agency, they don't have the teeth that the scofflaw law does. So the success rate of a collections agency would probably not be very high. If there are no other questions on that, I'll move on to the next item. The next item is a resolution finding that Encore Electric Delivery Company's application to amend their fees should be denied. Encore has submitted an application to amend their distribution cost recovery factor to the Public Utilities Commission. They're seeking an increase in their distribution revenues. We are requesting that this rate case be denied at this time. Kenneth Govan with Encore is here, and Kenneth will also agree with that. Encore also wishes that it be denied, and the reason is because they would rather deal with all of the cities at once through the Public Utilities Commission than dealing with each city individually. So this is what would happen if this is denied. Then the steering committee of cities that are served by Encore will file testimony to the Public Utilities Commission. Ultimately, what will happen is an agreement will be reached, and we will come back to the council with that settlement agreement, whatever that might be, between Encore, the cities, and the Public Utilities Commission.
For information, in terms of procedure, if the council has any questions of the Encore representative, we can do that in chambers. As a representative of Encore, we can call him forward to discuss matters.
Let me also though mention that Kenneth has got the same agenda item on the DeSoto City Council tonight at 7, as well as a franchise agreement. He needs to be in DeSoto at 7 o'clock, so I would ask that if the council has any questions now, that he is available here.
The The only thing I would ask Mr. Govan is that, as Mr. Huckman has explained, Encore is opposed to what's happening. It's a little contradictory in terms of logic that Encore would oppose the rate increase. So could you just...
No, they're not opposed to the rate increase, they are opposed to us approving it on our own.
Because you'd rather have it in an aggregate of a bunch of distribution
If I can.
grids, that's what I'm, yeah.
Yes, if I can.
You got 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Encore is what they call it, it's a system-wide utility company. So we charge the same thing in Duncanville as we do in Midland, Plano, Cedarville. So as a system-wide utility company, you can't approve a rate that we're actually going to implement in another city. The Public Utility Commission regulates us as a whole, as a system-wide. But Duncanville, back in 1950, 60, when we were DPNL, TPNL, cities did have their own individual rates, which made them original jurisdiction cities. So you still have that original jurisdiction, so we still have to follow with the city first, so the city can deny it, so we can actually approve it system-wide to the Public
We're
Utility
one piece of
Commission.
the puzzle.
Correct.
Okay.
So it's not that we're opposing, we need to have it denied. You can't approve something, because if you approve it, then you're approving it for a rate that we have to implement in another city. So, because we can't just implement that rate just in Duncanville.
Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Govan? Is it okay if we release him to go to DeSoto?
No, we need to stay.
Well, well, I'm gonna give you a few more minutes, because I did find out I'm supposed to be here for the EDC as well, so do have a few more minutes while I'll be here for the EDC next.
Well, EDC is way down on the agenda.
I thought it was minutes.
Well, here it is, not out there.
Is it okay? Oh, she said I can leave, so, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The next item on the agenda is a resolution authorizing approval of a design incentive paint grant by the DCEDC to Gil Hudson, who's the owner of Redbird Skateland. This is in an amount up to 70% of the actual cost, not to exceed $5,000. This is for the Redbird Skateland on North Duncanville Road. Mr. Hudson has requested that grant. He has received 3 bids as is required by the policy, and the lowest bid is in the amount of $7,500. The DCEDC did recommend approval of this grant. Item 5E is a resolution awarding a bid for demolition services to Garrett Demolition. This is for the Toyota property on East I-20. This is in a proposed amount of $130,531. As you know, the City Council and the EDC have been working on this property after acquiring it a year ago from the school district. The discussion has been and the direction has been during this past year that we would demolish those buildings, make that property ready for redevelopment, seek proposals from developers, and then entertain the best options for the city long term. We have done a phase 1 environmental site assessment on that as required. We have found lead and asbestos on the site, so that has been included in this contract for demolition.
Will we receive a presentation on this tonight, or will this just be it that you have here?
Now, we will have a presentation. I know that there are also some citizens who wish to speak on it as well. And then we also have EDC members who are here to speak on it, so we will have that presentation.
So there will be a minor change in our process for this one because there are citizens that wish to speak on this. It will not be a public hearing, but we've consulted with city attorney that individuals who have put on their comment cards, this is a comment, if they wish to speak to this particular agenda item and they put that on their comment card, we will defer their 2 minutes and have them speak at the time that we bring this before council. And they will not be limited to 2 minutes at that particular time. Do I have that right, city attorney?
The 2 minutes is discretionary with the chair.
Right.
Also,
Chair, can we, Mr. Mayor, I know you mentioned not limited to 2 minutes. Can that be determined on how many people are speaking for that item?
We can take a look at the number of cards in terms of people that want to speak, and yes, we can just make that determination. I guess I can independently make that determination without consulting the entire council.
Thank you.
I also would like to add that since this was a bid process, typically as closed bids, bids that we receive from vendors are usually good for a certain amount of time. Our purchasing manager has called Garrett Demolition today to talk to them about whether, if the council were to defer this, how long they would be willing to hold their bids. And she said that they were willing to work with us. I don't know if that meant, did they give any kind of an indication of a time frame, or just said that they would be willing to work with us?
Their thought was they wanted to know what the decision was after the city council meeting today. And then, but they said they were willing to work with us. They have a good relationship with the city and they would like to continue that. But they said they would work with us based upon what the city decided to do.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is a resolution approving a professional engineering services agreement with Dunaway Associates. This is to do the design services for Daniel Dale Road. As you know, that portion of Daniel Dale from Main to US 67 was part of the bond project for road reconstruction. And as we have said before, we did not want to go in and reconstruct a road and then come back later and tear it up to do subsurface work such as water and wastewater. So this design will include the engineering design of water and wastewater lines, drainage, the roadway improvements, as well as landscape and irrigation on Daniel Dale from Main Street to US 67. The funding for the design contract is split between the bond funds and the water and wastewater utility funds. And then as well, the construction cost for that project, when it's been bid and is underway, will be paid for, the road part of it paid for by the bond, and the water wastewater improvements paid for by the utility fund. So this is a contract with, again, with Dunaway Associates in the amount of $432,000. The total estimated cost of construction for this project is a little over $4.6 million.
I have a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like the council to consider Mountain Creek Parkway. So when Daniel Dale goes into Dallas across Clark Road, they've just redone that road, and it's a 4-lane road, and on each side are 12-foot wide bike lanes and walk lanes. And I think it would be nice for Duncanville to carry that on through Duncanville, that where it connects. And since we're redoing this road, I think it would for continuity, we should have it four lanes with the bike lanes next to it, and then do that for the rest of Daniel Dale into Dallas on towards the nature preserve. And that would fit in with the bike trails that was also passed by the bond.
Turning 2 lanes on Daniel Dale into bike lanes was part of the comprehensive plan recommendations. And in the comp plan steering committee, I don't believe that those things were favorably considered by the committee itself.
Do you know have you been down Mountain Creek Parkway?
Of course, they do that quite often.
Yeah, so that continuity of having Daniel Dale connect with their lanes, this would be one step towards that. And we did pass the bond for bike lanes, so we have to connect to Dallas.
We don't have to connect to Dallas.
Well, we don't have to connect to Dallas.
Connection is good.
Yeah, but connection is good because you connect to Dallas, you connect to to Denton. I mean, the trails go all the way. So I'm just asking the council to consider that.
Councilmember, if I could make just a couple of observations, and I'll defer to the Director of Public Works as well. But a couple of things. One, this segment is not connected, is not contiguous to the Mountain Creek Parkway area that you're talking about. This is from Main
Yes,
Street to 67.
not yet.
Right. So it's not going to achieve that goal right away anyway. Secondly, this segment, I would think that we need to look at traffic counts on there. That segment, I think, has a higher amount of traffic than the segment from Main Street west towards Clark. And then third thing is, I don't really know as far as what kind of right-of-way we have in there, unless you do, again, going back to traffic counts, is it warranted to reduce from 6 lanes to 4 lanes in those areas? So I think those are a lot of things that we have not looked at, and would, Greg, I don't know if that would
Yeah, and I would
Well,
actually
I
got to.
want to interrupt just a minute, because if I recall correctly, during the steering committee, the purpose of creating 2 bike lanes was not as an amenity to the city. It was some sort of a workaround to slow people down from driving over the speed limit on Danville. And that was the proposal from the consultants on the comp plan steering committee. And that's why it wasn't favorably looked at as a workaround. Do we need 2 bike lanes on Danville to squeeze it down from 6 lanes to 4 for the purpose of slowing traffic down?
I think some of us
Mayor,
will settle for one.
That was not the only reason though, was
But
just,
it-
that was
it came
there
across
was
as one of the
discussion though
primary.
about creating mobility and creating bike paths and walking paths for all of those neighborhoods in there too. There's a lot of neighborhoods that front on Daniel-Dale in that area. And so there was, as part of the comp plan discussions, one aspect of our roads was how do you slow traffic down through Duncanville, but the other aspect of that area specifically was how do we make mobility, how do we create pedestrian and bike mobility for the neighborhoods there to bring them in. So I would say that was a goal of the, it did not, as you said, it did not get formally adopted in the comprehensive plan. It was discussed by the comprehensive plan steering committee, but there were a number of goals with that idea.
But it could be considered how many millions of dollars it is, I don't have a clue.
And I would actually be cautious, and let's re-look at that for 2 reasons. One, you don't use bikes to slow down traffic.
That's what you said.
Right, and then the second part is you look around the city and bikes. I'm not sure who was on the steering committee, but I would probably say that there was very few people that ride bikes on the steering committee. So you didn't hear a diverse argument on why it should be that way. So I would just allow us to open it back up at some other time. Then the third part of that is you have ride share. I mean, you have shared lanes where the bike and the car can be in the same lane.
Well,
Last part of that is, in legislation right now, they are looking at trying to pass at least giving the bikers and the walker more accessibility to walking and riding, and that's being looked at right now in the legislature.
Well, we have to, the request has merit, there's no problem in looking at it, but we need also to understand that some kind of examination of that request is not going to be done internally. We don't have that kind of expertise. So that would mean hiring a consultant. So that's expenditure of dollars to hire a consultant to do the examination of it on top of what's already been done by the comp plan consultant that we hired. And then the actual dollars involved in making Daniel-Dale going down from 6 to 4. So just putting a thread in the back of your mind that we're looking at some very significant dollars in order to do
It won't hurt to do a traffic count.
Do the traffic counts.
We can do a traffic count.
You can look at those.
I appreciate just the
Yes, sir.
One other thing on the project as is proposed, not only is there a Duncanville water line under this piece of Daniel-Dale, there's a Dallas water line, a Big East water line. And so this study needs to make sure that Dallas is not getting ready 3 years from now, 5 years from now to replace their line and tear up all our pavement. So. that just
We're
needs-
aware of that, and that is
Yeah.
part of our goal.
I'm talking here, but I'm looking back here, so.
Okay.
Okay. I think we can move on to G.
Item G is a resolution authorizing Linebarger, Gogan, Blair, and Sampson to obtain an order of sale for foreclosure. This is 3 properties. As you know, we've brought different properties to council in the past for tax foreclosures. Linebarger, Gogan is our attorneys who handle that. The 3 properties are 503 Dawson Drive, 306 Cypress Street, and 1144 North Duncanville Road. In each of these 3 cases, Dallas County will accept the properties for resale if they do not sell it at foreclosure or sheriff's sale. They are willing to take them as strike off, and we would prefer that those be struck off to Dallas County. if
Can
they
you
do not
describe
sell.
them in a little better landmark terms?
I can. 503 Dawson is a residential area, residential home over in Councilmember Thomas, I believe that's in your district,
It is.
in your area.
District 3.
It's a small property.
Okay.
The next property is a 306 Cypress. That's over by Peach Street.
The Alliance Park.
By Lions Park, in that area. Appears to be a vacant lot. And then 1144 North Duncanville Road is actually a commercial property. Looks to be an auto business on North Duncanville Road. Or no, pardon?
Over by divorce.
Over by DeForest.
I thought that was occupied. It is occupied.
Maybe.
Okay. Well, last time passed it, there was business going on in there.
It may be, they haven't paid their taxes.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Those are all of the items on the
Okay. Thank you for that. If everybody understands how we're going to be proceeding out there in terms of allowing citizens to speak. The item for the demolition on the Toyota property, we will go ahead and recess right now, the briefing session, and go into executive session. So it is now 6:27. We are convening our city council session at 7:33, May the 7th, 2019. To all of our esteemed citizens present tonight, thank you for your patience as we conducted some items in executive session. We appreciate your understanding of that. Okay. First item on our agenda tonight is the invocation. Deacon Charles Ruelas, did I pronounce that correctly? Yes. Please rise.
On behalf of our pastor, Father Joe Lee, and our Father Eugene Okoli, our parochial vicar at Holy Spirit, we'd like to extend our thanks for the invitation to be with you here this evening. As I was thinking of what I should say this evening, I was reminded of a prayer that was used at the Vatican II Council back in 1962 in Rome, which I feel is very appropriate for us here this evening. So shall we pray? In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. We stand before you, Holy Spirit, conscious of your sinfulness, but aware of our sinfulness, but aware that we gather in your name. Come to us, remain with us, and enlighten our hearts. Give us light and strength to know your will, to make it our own, and to live it in our lives. Guide us by your wisdom. Support us by your power, for you are God, sharing the glory of Father and Son. You desire justice for all. Enable us to uphold the rights of others. Do not allow us to be misled by ignorance or corrupted by fear or favor. Unite us to yourself in the bond of love, and keep us faithful to all that is true. As we gather in your name, may we temper justice with love, so that all our decisions may be pleasing to you and earn the reward promised to good and faithful servants. You live and reign with the Father and the Son, one God, forever and ever. Amen. May the blessings of the Lord be with you all this evening. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Thank you.
Thank you. Amen. Please join me in the pledges to our flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Thank you. Please be seated. For the mayor's report, I want to extend my personal thanks to so many in our city that reached out to me during my illness, for their prayers, for their thoughts, for their kindnesses, and to let you know that it still means a great deal to me that we can still bind together as a community, regardless of our affiliations or our thoughts or our leanings in policies and politics, that we still are human beings that love each other for who we are and what we are. So thank you for your continued thoughts and prayers, and so that there's no misperception in terms of what's going on with me. I will say that I did have 3 episodes. 2 were quite public, and 1 was not so public. The 3rd episode that I had happened to be in the presence of the chief of neurosurgery for UT Southwestern. And he was very thankful for that, because he says he never gets to see what people are sick about. It's like you take your car to the mechanic and it's not doing what you say, and so they got to search around. But it was his immediate decision that I be admitted. So I went straight from his office into a bed at UT Southwestern, and I underwent several examinations and several tests during that hospitalization, and the determination is they're not so sure exactly what it is, and I'm still under physician's care. And I still have some follow-up appointments at UT Southwestern to do some follow-up. So I'm here, and I'm strong. I'm doing the very best that I can with God's help, and knowing that I need to take care of myself, as we all do. So there was a lot of education during those visits with those doctors in terms of understanding myself and my environment and what I can do. So again, thank you very much, and those are the facts, folks. That's the way it is. That's all I had for my mayor's report. Any council members' reports?
Yes, Mayor,
Mr.
I have
Cooks.
one. Good evening to everyone. I want to, as always, invite the Lunch, Learn, and Laugh that we'll have again this 4th Thursday of the month, May 23rd, at Luby's at 11:30. Our guest it's going to be at 6 o'clock, sorry. It'll be at 6 o'clock, from 6 o'clock to 7:15 at Luby's. My guest this time will include our own Duncanville Fire Chief, Sam Rody, and our Dallas County Constable, Ed Wright, who's in District 4, who represents Duncanville. I'll encourage the District 4 members to come out and visit with our fire chief one-on-one, as well as our district representative for Dallas County Constable, Ed Wright, who's newly elected in his role. The second report I'd like to kind of report, I had an opportunity to attend the Duncanville High School, an event where students and our student of government, 17 students who's in that class, out of 17 students, received $2.3 million in scholarships, and that is to be commended to those students in government at our own local high school of Duncanville received $2.3 million in scholarships. So if you see a student that's in that particular program, I'll ask you to congratulate them. And then finally, put my helmet on here. Finally, I'm ready to ride. And I'm inviting you to come ride with me at our first Duncanville family bike ride. And yes, you can do it whether you go 6 or whether you go 12. Okay, some of you can go 3, that's fine. So I'm gonna invite you to come out on Saturday morning. Registration is from 8 to 9. We're gonna start out from 9 to when you get back, 9 until 11. And we're gonna ride around our city. You're gonna see some beautiful parks. You're gonna see our Lakeside Park. You'll see our Redbird Park. You're gonna see beautiful parts of our city. And we're gonna ask you, in conjunction with our city, our school board, our constables, and other sponsors, to come out and ride with us. Now, what do we need from you? We need some volunteers. This is the time for all of our city to come together and have something fun to do as a whole. I know we disagree a whole lot, but this is one time that we cannot disagree, and I'll ask you to come out and join us on our first family bike ride in Duncanville, and you too can become a bike rider. Thank you, Mayor. That's my report.
I take exception to that report, Mr. Cooks, that we disagree a whole lot. But you're entitled, that's okay. All right, any other city council members' reports? No? Okay. We move on to city manager's report. Mr. Hugman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would like to invite all of the public. On Wednesday, May 15th, our police department will hold their annual memorial event for all of the fallen police officers in the country. It is a solemn event that we hold every year to recognize those officers that have been killed in the line of duty in the past year. But most significantly to Duncanville, we also take time to recognize 2 Duncanville police officers that were killed in the line of duty, Sergeant Michael Poe and Officer Roger Hobden. So it's at 10 o'clock on Wednesday, May 15th. It will be in front of the police department flags, and we invite all of the public to come and help us honor those officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 2 on our agenda is proclamations and presentations. The first one we have is item 2A, presentation of the Keep Duncanville Beautiful May 2019 Business Beautification Award plaque and proclamation to the Papados Seafood Kitchen located 800 East Highway 67. Mr. Cooks. Mark, been advised to use the wireless.
All right, whereas the city of Duncanville is committed to improving the physical quality of community life, and whereas the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board was established to promote this commitment, and whereas the mission of the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board is to empower Duncanville citizens and business to take responsibility for enhancing their community environment, and whereas each quarter the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board recognized 1 commercial property within the city's significant improvements to the exterior portion of the property, landscape improvements, and long-term maintenance, and the property that amplifies high-quality standards. And whereas the Papados Seafood Kitchen, located at 800 East Highway 67, has been selected as the Business Beautification Award recipient for May 2019. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Barry L. Gordon, Mayor of the City of Duncanville, Texas, do hereby urge all citizens to join me in congratulating the Papados Seafood Kitchen located at 800 East Highway 67, commending this business for contributing to the beautification of our city. We have in front of us Ann Chavez, who takes all my money on Friday night. I'm about to go order, and I was always glad to see her here. So, Ann, we'll turn it over to you. Tim first.
As our staff liaison for Keep Duncanville Beautiful, I'd also like to recognize Joe Veracruz, who's on our Keep Duncanville Beautiful board, and I'd like to just say as a part of Keep Duncanville Beautiful, we appreciate the outstanding job you all do on a regular basis and setting a great example for the rest of the community to follow, because not only is your plate presentation awesome, your outside presentation is awesome as well. So we thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next presentation, proclamation, is recognizing May 5 through 11, 2019 as American Water Works Association Drinking Water Week. Ms. Thomas.
Accepting this is the Public Works Director, Greg Ramey, the interim wastewater superintendent, Matt Bryan, and our very famous Jackie Corkin. Whereas water is our most valuable natural resource, whereas only the tap water delivers public health protection, fire protection, support for our economy, and the quality of life we enjoy, and whereas any measure of a successful society low mortality rates, economic growth and diversity, productivity, and public safety, or in some way related to the access to safe water. And whereas we are all stewards of the water infrastructure upon which future generations depend, and whereas each citizen of our city is called upon to help protect our source waters from pollution, to practice water conservation, and to get involved in local water issues by getting to know their water. Now, therefore, on behalf of Barry L. Gordon, Mayor of the City of Duncanville, I do hereby call all citizens of Duncanville upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 5th to May 11th at 2019 as Drinking Water Week.
Again, thank you, Ms. Thomas. And again, I just want to thank my deputy as well as our interim utility operations manager, Matt Bryan, and he's been with the city many, many years, taking care of the water. So again, I want to thank them as well as all the 19 folks in his department that keep our drinking water flowing safely and providing that service to each and every one of you.
Next on the agenda is item 2C, a proclamation recognizing May 19 to 25, 2019 as National Public Works Week. Retired Public Works Director, Dennis Schwartz.
Get the whole crew up there. Whereas public works infrastructure, facilities, and services are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives and of vital importance to sustainable communities and the health, safety, and well-being of the people of Duncanville. And whereas such facilities and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees from your local public works department who are responsible for and who plan, design, build, operate, and maintain the transportation, water supply, water treatment, public buildings, structures, and facilities, and who deliver solid waste services, transit, and fleet services, which are essential to serve our citizens. And whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated personnel who staff our Public Works Department is materially influenced by the people's attitude and understanding of the importance of the work they perform. And whereas the men and women of the Public Works Department of the City of Duncanville unceasingly provide a vital public service. Now therefore, Barry L. Gordon, Mayor of the City of Duncanville, does hereby call upon all citizens of Duncanville and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 19 through 25, 2019 as National Public Works Week.
So again, I just want to, first of all, let me introduce the rest of the staff that's up here tonight. We've already introduced Jackie and Matt, but also up here is Jim Schlachter, our building official, Kelly McChesney, our street superintendent, and Athena Seaton, who is our planning tech. And again, we have 60 personnel that make up the entire Public Works division. And again, it's I'm always thankful for them and the opportunity to lead them, as well as just to have the privilege of taking care of supporting the city and all your Public Works needs. Thank you very much.
Next item on the agenda is a proclamation recognizing May 6th through 11th, 2019 as Economic Development Week. Mr. McBurnett.
Accepting the economic certificate is Jessica James, our economic director. Whereas Economic Development Week is an event created by International Economic Development Council to celebrate the achievements of economic developers, and whereas economic development is a process that is strengthened by the critical partnership between economic development professionals and local government leadership to promote a shared vision in developing vibrant communities, and whereas the City of Duncanville Economic Development Department promotes economic well-being and quality of life for our community by assisting in the creation, retention, and expansion of jobs that facilitate growth, enhance wealth, and provide a stable tax base, and whereas the Economic Development Department is engaged in a wide variety of partnerships locally, regionally, and at the state level to create a pro-business environment to attract and retain businesses in order to help the overall sustainability of the Duncanville economy. Now, therefore, on behalf of our Mayor Barry L. Gordon, I do hereby call upon all citizens of Duncanville, upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 6th through 11th, 2019 as Economic Development Week in the City of Duncanville, and recognize and commend the work of all economic developers in the Best Southwest Partnership, recognize the importance of the profession in helping to improve the quality of life for the entire region.
Thank you, Council Member. First of all, I would just like to recognize Cynthia Williams. We have a really small partnership or team, I guess. It's just a two-man show, and so we couldn't do definitely what we do without her support and participation and help, so I really appreciate that. In addition, I'd also like to recognize my board members that are here this evening, and Steve Dial is our board president. We have Duran Broughton, who is our vice president, and then we also have Dave Galbraith, which is our board member. In addition to it being Economic Development Week, it is also National Small Business Week as well. So I'd encourage all of you to support your local small Duncanville businesses, as they are the heart of our community. Thank you very much.
The next item on the agenda is a proclamation recognizing National Police Week. And I'm joined here by our esteemed police officers, Chief Robert Brown, Chief Mark Lavigny, and our Community Relations Officer, Doug Sisk, and my good friend today, Officer Hunt. We had an occasion to see each other face to face today in a good way. I wasn't driving, by the way. It's okay. So appreciate y'all being here. Whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th, 2019 as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which May 15th falls is National Police Week. And whereas the members of the law enforcement agency of the City of Duncanville play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens of Duncanville. And whereas, I'm going to pause. Okay. Appreciate y'all being here. Did you grow since the last time I saw you? I think so. Okay. Whereas, it is important that all citizens know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their law enforcement agency, and that members of our law enforcement agency recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. And whereas the men and women of the law enforcement agency of the City of Duncanville
unceasingly provide a vital public service. Therefore, I, Barry L. Gordon, Mayor of the City of Duncanville, Texas, do hereby call upon all citizens of Duncanville and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 11th through the 17th, 2019 as National Police Week, with appropriate ceremonies and observances in which all of our people may join in commemorating law enforcement officers of the City of Duncanville, past and present, who, by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities, have rendered a dedicated service to our community, and in so doing, have established for themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens. I further call upon all citizens of the City of Duncanville to observe May 15th, 2019 as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of those law enforcement officers who, through their courageous deeds, have made the ultimate sacrifice to their community or have become disabled in the performance of duty, and let us recognize and pay respect to the survivors of our fallen heroes. In witness hereof, I have set my hand upon this seal, the 7th day of May, 2019. Do you accept that?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, real quickly, I'd like to introduce members of the Duncanville Police Department that are present this evening. Lieutenant Ron Wilcox, who supervises night patrol, Assistant Police Chief Mark Lavigny, Traffic Officer Ben Luna, Crime Prevention Officer Doug Siss, and Patrol Sergeant Adrian Tiarina. As Mr. Hugman indicated, we certainly want to invite you to our police memorial that's scheduled for May 15th at 10 o'clock on the east side of City Hall. It's an opportunity for us to recognize 2 police officers that died serving this community. This is a very dangerous job. Each day, I get alerts from across the country of police officers who are seriously injured or killed in the line of duty. And 2 days ago, there was a patrol officer in Biloxi, Mississippi, who was preparing his car for his duty, and he was only a few months away from retiring, and someone walked on the parking lot of the police department and shot him. This is a very dangerous job, and we don't lose sight of that. And it's always important that we acknowledge the men and women who died serving their respective communities. So we invite you to please come out on next week, on May 15th, and Officer Doug Siss is going to tell you a little bit more about our program.
Thank you, Chief. It'll be held at in front of the Duncanville Police Department starting at 10 o'clock. I know parking over there is kind of limited, so if you do come over there, you can park in the far parking lot, park in City Hall, or park at the chamber, and then come across the street. It'll be right there at the main entrance.
Okay, moving on to item 3 on the agenda, a little housekeeping clarification for all those present. I have several cards up here in terms of the citizen public comment period request card. What we're going to do tonight, which we're permitted to do, those individuals who wish to speak on the property of Camp Wisdom and Cedar Ridge, rather than the 2 minutes, I'm going to hold your cards, and when we get to that item on the agenda, I'll call you forward for that. And you have more than 2 minutes to speak. So that's the protocol that's going to go with that. What I would ask you to do, and I'll follow it up again. And the second item on the agenda tonight is the Toyota property on Camp Wisdom and Cockrell Hill. That is another agenda item that we have tonight. So those individuals who have submitted cards on that particular property or that particular agenda item, even though it is not a public hearing, I'm going to permit additional time for those individuals to speak as well. So that's how we're going to do this a little differently tonight, and it's all within the protocol and understanding of what we're permitted to do as council. I do have 3 cards in addition to the several that I just mentioned on those 2 particular agenda items, and these particular items are separate and do fall under the normal 2-minute comment rule. Oh, let me back up. I wanted to rewind. For those individuals that are going to speak on the 2 agenda items, which are going to allow you more than the 2 minutes, what I would ask is that if you have comments that are redundant or just going to reiterate what someone else has already said, please come forward and say, I support what's already been said. And that way we can make sure that we observe and respect everybody's time. It's okay to reiterate and become redundant, but let's consider if you're in support or if you're opposed, state your positions, and we can put all that together and accommodate everybody's opinions that way. So I appreciate your understanding and cooperating with us in that respect. So at this time, we will take comments. I'll be limited to 2 minutes on any subject from the audience. And to address the council, we have your completed card. Please come forward when I call you and give us your name and your address. And know that in these particular items, we do not enter into discussion with our citizens. The city manager and those of the staff that are in the room can take notes and possibly contact you at a later date. So the first card that I have is Mr. Grady Smithy. And please give us your name and address, Mr. Smithy.
Grady W. Smithy, Jr., 1806 Cedar Hill Road, Duncanville, Texas, resident since 1950. Firstly, Mayor, before I say what I came up here to say, it's good to see you back. We all praying for you. We all hope that, that your health's going to be continuously good. Now, after serving 22 years on Duncanville City Council, I've learned to expect a certain amount of strange stuff during city council campaigns. I always expect outrageous rhetoric, wildly inaccurate statements, and other questionable behaviors from candidates and their supporters and detractors. Wild assertions on social media seem to have become the order of the day for some. What I feel set this election apart in one race was the damaging and complete destruction of campaign signs in the District 5 contest. One candidate in that race erected several large signs, some of which were repeatedly vandalized and even were destroyed. That sort of illegal behavior has no place in local elections. It appears to me to be the last resort of bullies who are afraid their candidate might lose. I twice helped Dr. Mike Miner repair 2 of his large signs and later replaced one when it was damaged beyond repair, and the other completely destroyed. The destroyed sign was run into by a vehicle. I've never seen a T-post broken before. I've seen some large cattle run into T-posts, never saw one broken before. This one was broken.
Mr. Smithy, I'm going to take exception to, I would prefer that we not take this into criticizing individuals or what's been happening.
I'm just about think, but I'll just say this: campaign, sign destruction is a chargeable misdemeanor and ought to be pursued. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Christina Liu.
Good evening, Mayor, the city manager, and the council members. I'm not new here, but during election campaign, they don't record 2 minute comment, so I didn't show up. But today is everything recorded. Okay, I received those citations, but no certified mail. Okay, and they need to follow policy and procedures for the 434 Blue Ridge Drive, and keep giving me hard time. I have all the fear, and I hope there's justice. And the document on my door on October 11th, 2018, is the second page, ink pen written. First page, no case number. The COPY in red ink only partially seen, which means they don't know how to cover up the wrongdoing accomplished back in last year. And it's the rampage operation and outright robbery. And they need to compensate for my property loss. It's only fair that justice is done, or else where's love or the creative fear? And I thought the city employee get paid under taxpayers' dollars. They should provide the service instead of abusing power. Okay, as a homeowner, I do have right to turn off the push button, close garage door, and turn off two stove myself. Not just warrant arrest me and without give me the owner's right, which is a violation of the work ethic. Please take into consideration. Okay, when employee did the thing in private, they wrongfully accomplish the wrong thing. Thank you. Have a good.
Thank you. I need a minute with our city attorney, please. Sharon Toops.
Mr. Manager and Mr. Mayor and City Council members, I appreciate you letting me come speak. My name is Sharon Toops, and my address is 1219 Ridge Rock Lane here in Duncanville. I appreciate that y'all have looked at, I saw in your executive session, the complaint I made against the violation of Code of Ethics, City Council member Ms. Thomas, that I felt compromised the elections by using city letterhead to say who she wanted to win the election and delivered it in our district. And I think, I don't mean any ill will to Ms. Thomas, but I think that things should be followed by how they need to be followed, so the city and elections can be run like they're supposed to be run. So I just appreciate that y'all have looked at it, and I hope that y'all will actually follow through with this, because I think it's important to always run things properly in the way they're supposed to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the individuals that have comments not on the agenda, and we will now go to the consent agenda. So, City Secretary, please read the consent agenda.
Item 4A, consider the minutes for the April 16, 2019 City Council regular meeting. Item 4B, consider approval of a resolution number 2019-39 approving the terms and conditions of professional engineering service contract number 19-040 for engineering design services for the Madrid Alley reconstruction project with IEA Inc. in a proposed amount of $55,753.70. Item 4C, consider approval of resolution number 2019-037 approving the terms and conditions of professional engineering services contract number 19-034 for engineering design services for water pipeline improvements in Link Drive from Camp Wisdom Road to Jellison Boulevard with Dunaway Associates in the proposed amount of $56,850.
Chair will entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Motion is approved.
Second.
And we have a second. All in favor, please vote. Thank you. Moving on to item 5 for items for individual consideration. This is a public hearing, and at this time, I'll have to read this. Conduct a public hearing and consider approval of an ordinance abandoning a portion of Tower Crest Drive to the abutting property owners being the surface travel portion and surface rights as described and depicted in Exhibit A, providing for the furnishing of a certified copy of this ordinance for recording in the real property records of Dallas County as a quitclaim deed. So at this point, it is now 8:12, and I will open this up to public hearing and call forward those individuals who have given me their cards. Am I doing this right?
You need to open as a public hearing, and then you could take the public comment cards at that time.
I'm sorry?
You need to open it for public hearing, and then you can take the public comment cards at that same time.
I'm not catching the last parts of what you're saying.
Your public comment cards can also come up at the same time.
Right, that's what I have.
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as you open it for a public hearing as well.
I just did that at 8:12, I think, right? I did, okay. 8:12, okay. All right, these are in no particular order, just as they've come through. So the first individual is Caitlin Shelton. Do I have that correct? Please give us your name and address.
Shelton. I live at 211 Calder Avenue. I'm good. I can go. So I'm here to talk about the plot of land near Duncanville High School that is trying to be sold for maybe a store or something. Somebody wants to put something there. And so if someone wants to build something on this little piece of land, it would cause more traffic, causing kids to be late to school. It will cause more danger than that's already there. I used to walk all 4 years of high school to my grandmother's house that is just down the street on Camp Wisdom Road. There has already been a death on that street, and I don't find it funny. But it feels like no one cares about the future of Duncanville staying safe, that no one cares about the people that live in the houses that would be disturbed by that plot of land being built something on, having something built on it. No one seems to care that there still might be coffins, like buried people down there in that land. There's no proof that they were moved or were not. And I just find that disrespectful. Greed, danger, death, that's not Duncanville that I know. Thank you.
Thank you. The next card I have is Tim and Jen Katowski.
Tim Gutowski, 738 Tower Crest.
Jennifer Gutowski, same.
Yes, we sure will. I just want to, just kind of want to start out with this. The city's built with safety. Good things, the cops try their best, it's wonderful. Saturday night, there were 7 gunshots at the corner of Cedar Ridge and Camp Wisdom from the gas station, okay? Bullets dropped at 150 yards is a whole lot better than 15 yards when you guys build something there, and that becomes the shooting range, okay? We have kids, we have family members, we have just all types of fun on the street, and we don't want it to be disturbed with a fast food restaurant for more crime, okay? Also, the values of our homes are gonna plummet just to the ground. I mean, there's been talks of eminent domain, take half of my front yard, give me 5 feet off the front step. I mean, it's not Duncanville. I understand that. I do have pictures, they're not with me. It's going to become a parking lot. The Shell station now at 3:30 in the afternoon is covered. Can't get in, can't get out, kids, cars, just horrendous. It's gonna move, Let's run over here and get a burger. Let's run over here and get whatever, a coffee, whatever they're gonna put there. I mean, that's not what we need to do, is just more parking lot. The high school has one big enough. They did build onto that. Let's not move it closer to the houses where the kids are playing and dogs running. Let's see. And also, when they proposed this, I did not receive a letter in the mail. My property butts up right against what they're trying to do, and I had no information, nothing, none of us have. I mean, any of the homeowners haven't received anything
I was a young child and I lived in Oak Cliff, and when we came to Duncanville for family events, I saw it as a beautiful area. And it was always something that I prided myself on, saying, my family lives in Duncanville, I get to go there, and my friends in Oak Cliff would be jealous. Now coming to Duncanville and living here, I just see Oak Cliff as taken over. Duncanville doesn't care about the citizens and keeping it beautiful and keeping the pride that once was. If it is a city of champions, like all the signs say, why not keep it that way? Keep it beautiful and keep it to us, keep the citizens there. That intersection, y'all label it as the gateway to Duncanville. Do you really want another abandoned building as so many others sit in this city? Because no tenant is going to keep their contract with whoever you allow to develop there. They're just going to abandon it and saying that there was a breach of contract in some which way, whether it be the parking lot issue, as my husband stated, or it be crime, anything. It's never going to be filled. There's so many empty buildings now. Why not develop there? Why not keep Duncanville beautiful, as I said, and develop what's already been abandoned and empty? We just want to keep our families safe, and we want to keep Duncanville what I once saw it as. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Ebert.
Patricia Ebert, 115 South Greenstone Lane, Duncanville, 75116. I oppose developing Hewstead Cemetery. I have been dismayed at the way that property has looked the last several months. The weeds are knee-high, well, on me, they're knee-high, because I actually walked over there in the last couple of weeks on the front part of it. The back is too brushy for anybody without hip waders to walk through. And that's one of our main entrances to come into our town. And oh my goodness, it's across the street from our high school. And we only have one high school. And that's the way it looks. And I know code enforcement has got to have been out there and have given the code violations to someone. And so my question is, and yes, it's rhetorical, is, are the people, owner, developer, not listening or paying attention to the code violations? And if so, what kind of a good neighbor are they going to be? And I see in the background information for May 7th that on the plat, that the drive-through with a little arrow has been deleted, and the outline that has restaurant in the center of it has been deleted, but which was there in the background information for April the 2nd and April the 16th. But I want to know, is that in writing for the homeowners who were not notified April the 2nd about what was going to happen? And if we are going to have a restaurant with a drive-through, you know, our seniors who go out of town 4 times a month on our taxpayer city buses don't go to fast food. Let's see where they have been. In January, it was Maypearl Roadhouse, that's out of town, out of county. Vintage Flying Museum, Fort Worth. Fire Station #1 Museum, Fort Worth. Ojeda's. Then in February, it was the Railroad and Gone with the Wind Museum in Cleburne, Texas, out of county, out of town. They did go to Coach's Box in town. And then Max Grill in Arlington. In March, Cotton Patch in Cedar Hill, Los Amigos and Grapevine, out of town, out of county. Traders Village, Grand Prairie, Dallas Arboretum, because when they take the field trips, they also go to lunch. Then on April, it was a mystery dinner, hopefully, please, it was somewhere in Duncanville. And then the Bluebonnet Trails for Ennis. And then Osaki, that was Duncanville. The Fort Worth Stockyard. And then tonight, it was Amore, Duncanville, but they're going to downtown McKinney, Rocket Cafe, which is in Waxahachie, and then the Air Hogs in Grand Prairie. We don't need a fast food restaurant there. Even our seniors don't want to eat at fast food restaurants. I would like a nice restaurant, a sit-down restaurant, with real napkins, not paper napkins, but not at that triangle. You got to have a place to park because we want it to be successful, which means a lot of parking. So I am so opposed to developing Husted Cemetery.
Fernando Soto.
Afternoon, gentlemen. Name's Fernando Soto, 734 Tire Crest Drive, right there in Duncanville. Sit right in front next to Mr. Gutowski, where you have proposed to make this not so good for us there that are living there. I hear talks of eminent domain. The picture where you're showing did not show that cul-de-sac quite as much east as it is now. We are prepared to fight you. We do have a lawyer. We're not going to give up this land. I also want to emanate what happened to the code restriction. The grass is high. I walked there last night. It's up to my waist. I am against this with prejudice, once again. And I want to reiterate what the Gutowski said, and that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Peterson.
Hi, I'm Michelle Peterson. I'm 1514 Penn Springs Drive, Duncanville, Texas. And pardon me if I'm a little bit nervous. I've never spoken at a city council, and I'm a research scientist, and this is not what I do. This is not in my wheelhouse. I came into this accidentally, this whole issue of 700 Camp Wisdom, or also known as Husted Cemetery, or the Triangle. I got into doing it because I had some time to look into the issue. My dog was sick. I was at home. I like genealogy. I like research. I wasn't looking for anything but facts. That's it. That's what I do. What I did in an hour and a half was I uncovered an incredible amount of inconsistencies. They start off with documents between 1973 and current that lead to the lawsuit that happened last year between the landowner and the city. In those documents, it shows, they try to portray that there were bodies moved in 1973. In the documents, they talk about that they were moved in 1972. However, there are some documents that talk about 1973, and there's one consistency and inconsistency after another. It took about, between actual physical documents, it took about an hour and a half for me to realize that they don't match up. The documents between what the registrar has for the city or the state, or I'm sorry, for the county, pardon me, and what they show for where they went to 5 Mile Cemetery are not consistent. So there is a question of who's still left there, because those two things don't match up. The other thing is that There is a question of the headstones that are over at 5 Mile. Those documents over at the cemetery show that some of those graves are nothing but headstones. There are no bodies there. That's what their records show. There's also inconsistencies in the genealogical records, the deeds and the probate records going back from 1852 to current. So when you look at, there are inconsistencies of who's actually buried there, so there are people that are not accounted for in the records of who they said from 1973 as to who they moved. So there's a question of actually who's buried there. Most of the documentation that the landowner gave to the city was based, that they gave to the court, was based upon verbal testimony, some of which was not, or from people who are no longer alive. There were inconsistencies in that as well. Mostly, some of those inconsistencies are times and dates, they're memories, and in genealogy, one of the things that we look at the most is the inconsistencies are of verbal testimony, the family stories. Family stories start to break down over time, especially when you talk about 2 and 3 and 4 generations, as in these stories are in here. But mostly, even in the couple of the people who were supposedly present at the moving of 1973, they talk about, some people say that there were people who just went and found where the graves were, a couple people who knew where they were as children, and they went and scratched the surface there, and that's how they decided where they should dig. Opposed to some people said that were there, they actually used ground-penetrating radar. In 1973, ground-penetrating radar was not available to consumers. That was something the military only had. It didn't even happen to anybody until 1975. Also, in the documents that were presented for the court, they did not present this portion. In the emails between the lawyers for the landowner, between the landowner and the Texas Historical Commission, they asked for a question of what do we do if we can't find all these documents. And the Texas Historical Commission said we highly recommend at this particular time, because it doesn't mean, in 1973 the law was one thing. Today you're trying to do something based on 2018 law. We highly recommend that you use technology that's available today. They gave them a detailed outline that said, here's what using ground penetrating technology, and they recommended that. Then their lawyer came back and said, no, I need to talk to your supervisor. I need a letter that says you concur with our findings, that this is free and clear. There's nobody that is still buried on the land. Then both the person who they were talking to and their supervisor said, we can't do that for you. I've spent, in the last 2 weeks, I've spent about 120 hours now researching all this. I've gone between here and Austin, going through every genealogical record I can find. I'm pretty well versed in these documents. And I can tell you this, do I know for sure that anybody's buried there? Absolutely not until ground penetrating radar is done or something similar. Or the simplest thing would be coring, but I did know enough to know to call an historical archaeologist company to ask their opinion. I've already sent down my documents. My documents, they've told me, are enough that it's going to take them about 20 hours worth of work for them to even write a preliminary report. Also, this is the biggest part that I had trouble with. In my research, and again, I am a researcher, I do not want to divide a city. I love Duncanville. My parents moved here in 1981. I came back here, so I now live in my parents' home because I love it here. But I do believe in truth, and I do believe in facts. And another piece of information that I think is really important to let everybody know is that on that land, starting in 1853, there were slaves. And that has been a misconception, even in the documents that were presented to the city in the lawsuit. And I can tell you there were, because it's in the Dallas tax roll. And the reason that's important is that there's a perfect storm here We have a family where the husband died in 1852. They had just come out to Duncanville. They sold their plot up in White Rock Lake. And they came here. He dies. Good luck, you know, great. They have 9 children. The youngest one is 3 months. Women back then, we couldn't own land. So even her own sons, who were young, the oldest one is about 18 years old, had to be the guarantor over her. And that's in the tax rolls and everything else. And that next year, slaves show up on the property. It's a perfect storm of a perfect place. You want to put something on there? I understand, and I shouldn't voice my opinion, but that's my opinion. It's a wonderful place to do something with. But at the very least, from a legal perspective for the city, because I'm a taxpayer here now too in this area, you know, I highly encourage us all to make sure that there's nobody there. So thank you very much.
Could you do us a favor and provide the documents that you provided to the
as soon as I get the report back, which I was told, and I'm glad that it got tabled, because they told me I could have it, they'll have it ready for us on the 21st.
On the 21st?
Yes.
So your report from,
it's from Goosehawk Historical. They're the people that also did that great big find down in Sugar Land, where the big, it's a big archaeological find, having of something very similar, but only on steroids compared to this. So it's very similar.
But the documents you provided them, could you provide them to us so we can provide those to our city attorney to look at as well?
At this particular time, I'll have to, because I actually sought counsel as well. I've actually talked to you as well. Most of those I can, though. Yes, I'm certainly I can at this point. What they encouraged me to do was to do this, but they said once I'd done that, I can probably provide all those to you.
Okay.
Great. Thank you very much.
Felicia Lopez.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me? My name is Felicia Lopez. I live at 730 Tower Crest Drive.
My name is Victor Lara. I live in 2838 Trent Court in Grand Prairie, but I own the house there that my daughter and son-in-law and grandchildren live on.
So as you now are aware.
Let me just, the next card I have is Diana Lara. Do you wish the three of you, or you? I mean, since you said your name is, I'm looking, I see Lara, and if we can take it all together, that would be fine. Is that okay with y'all?
Yes.
Yes.
So
Okay.
the house that we currently live at was purchased by my aunt in 1987. She then became ill, so my parents purchased the house from her. So now we are the next generation to live in that house, and I do wish to purchase the house. Now, with the new developers wanting to take a piece of the front yard away, we have 3 great big trees. The only trees in our front yard will be concrete if you guys approve this. I also would like to ask a rhetorical question. Whose responsibility is it to notify the 4 houses on that block? There are only 4 that would be directly impacted if that piece of property is to be sold. The only reason I heard was on the Nextdoor app. I just was looking through it, and then I found that they were looking to do something with that piece of land. I just find that very disappointing that nobody thought it'd be important, or, you know, to notify the people that it was going to directly affect. So that was one of my questions. My other rhetorical question was, at what point were we going to be notified? Because now there's a developer looking, they've already received permission from the church to now have that piece of the street at the top of, toward the high school. So my question too was, at what point were we going to be notified? The grass in that little piece of property is about hip high. I don't know if you guys drive by there. But nobody takes care of that land. Nobody is looking after it. And then with the talks of it still being, you know, bodies still being buried there, I just really wish that we would do something more positive with that land.
Hello, I'm Diana Lara. Do I need to give my address?
Yes, please.
2838 Trent Court, Grand Prairie, homeowner for 730 Tower Crest. I love your mission that you guys have here for Duncanville. And it states that we are building a vibrant, inclusive community driven by a commitment to democratic principles and service above self. And I love that. But what I also think that is, then we have to make sure that we internalize that into our community. So I hear a lot of the concerns about lack of notification, or really not lack of, but zero notification on Tower Crest homes when there are only 4 houses. It doesn't take that long for one human being in the city of Duncanville to just go from door to door and share your vision for Tower Crest. I think that if we had done that in the beginning, you would have more followers or people on board with you, but that didn't happen. So now what we have is we're coming across with concerns because you're going to have a building there. And like Mr. Gutowski had stated earlier, there's a lot of high school kids that go and hang out at the Shell at the corner of the gas station across the street. If it's not in front, it's on the side, it's behind. So with 4 houses on Tower Crest, we're going to have high school kids, 14 all the way to 18, 19, or 20, hanging out on Tower Crest because there's going to be a building there. You're not going to be able to see them from the high school. I don't know about truant officers or anybody else like that that would have to come around onto the cul-de-sac that is now being built on part of the property. So I'm really concerned about that, and I think that if Duncanville is able to just take a look about how it's being handled and internalize that, not just for themselves, but for the community, then it would really truly become a democratic vision and plan. Thank you.
She said it excellent. But to build on that, there's a legal way to do things, but there's also a right and a wrong way to do things. And it seems to me that the city is hell-bent on developing that little area. And the concerns over bodies possibly being buried there have been repeated over and over again. But I wonder how much urgency the city would have if it was rumored that there was veterans buried there, or if there was, older city leaders. But from my perspective, it seems like it's trying to get just brushed away, say, hey, yeah, there's nothing there. The lawsuit was filed. Again, we never knew anything about it. We don't know what the supporting documents is. I mean, luckily, this lady has done some incredible research into what was in that lawsuit, and that's being followed up on, and that's great. But I think that due diligence needs to be done to make sure that that area is clear. And if it is, like another lady said, I think that regardless, if there's no bodies buried there, the fact that that seems to be a historical area, as far as slaves being there prior to the, in the past, that might be something that Duncanville might want to look at as far as a memorial, as far as something that the city can really, look at, as something that the community can come together on. Apart from that, the cul-de-sac being built or proposed, notification after the fact. We're seeing all these plans that we were not notified on, and if to be a good neighbor, it just took four houses, just 4 houses, 4 families that you guys could communicate, or the developer could have communicated with us. But it seems like they're trying to do the minimum, the very minimum, what's legal. Okay, as long as everything is legal, that's fine. But go above and beyond just 4 houses, and that's all that we ask. If you'd included us, we want to be good neighbors in that situation. But it seems like it's like we're all being disregarded, and it's not, everything we want to be imposed on us. And we're not going to go down without a fight. I think we've proven that before, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. The final card I have is Diana Shelton.
Hello, my name is Diana Shelton. I live at 211 Calder Avenue. Now, that house I live in, I know it's not anywhere near this property we're talking about. But the Sheltons, my in-laws, have owned that house since about 1967. Now, my in-laws now live on Camp Wisdom at 707 Camp Wisdom, which is down the street from where this property is, right down the street from the high school. My daughter, Caitlin Shelton, was just up here speaking about how for 4 years she walked from the high school to her Nana's house, and the traffic, there's kids everywhere. My mother-in-law, she doesn't like to leave the house in the morning because of all the traffic, or around 3 o'clock because of all the traffic. Now, I know that's only those 2 times of the day, but you have over 4,000 kids being dropped off or picked up every day, Monday through Friday, correct? I mean, it's a big school, a lot of kids. My son's going to start going there next year. My son is a klutz. I'm terrified he's going to be walking with his friends to his Nana's house, or they might be coming back home to our house, and he's going to trip and fall into the street. I mean, he's a klutz. So that's my big fear. Besides the fact, like, all of her great research with the possible burial grounds there. But children, the children of our city are going to be going there. There's going to be more traffic. Like they already pointed out, you've got the Shell station. They're over there all the time. Well, now they're not only going to be over there at Shell, they're going to be at whatever little fast food restaurant this is also, which is also going to be disrupting the people who live on that street, which now I had no idea that they were making that into now a cul-de-sac. But I'm definitely opposed of putting anything on that property. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes all the cards I have for that, and so we'll conclude the public hearing at 8:44. The applicant, pardon me, do I need to take a motion to close the?
Mayor, I move to postpone the public hearing till next meeting, to continue it. No.
Okay,
I move
well,
to continue the public hearing till next meeting.
the issue is that we understand, let me preface where we're going with this so everybody understands. Just a moment. Okay. The applicant himself is not able to be present with us tonight. And it is only with respect to the applicant that we were able to hear him as well. And what we as a council have deliberated on and decided that we did not want to delay any further having you, our esteemed citizens, give us our input because of the last time that we weren't able to have this public hearing. We wanted you to be able to speak tonight and not delay that any further. So understanding the respect that we have to give to both you and the applicant, what we have decided as a council to do is to still allow the applicant to have his time in front of the council and you as the citizens. And so we want to continue the public hearing at the next city council meeting and to table the item that we have before us in terms of taking a vote until we have the opportunity to hear the applicant himself. Is that I'm looking, I'm watching eyes, I'm looking for body language and understanding that we need to this is the way we're going to operate it. It's out of respect for both parties that we do this. And so there is a motion on the floor for okay.
Well, just to clarify, if you want to clarify your motion, I also have a proposed motion that I think would suffice as to what you want to do. Is that correct? The proposed motion is to table this discussion and continue the public hearing on this agenda item until the next regularly scheduled meeting of the City Council, which is set for May 21st, 2019.
That is the desired intent of the council and the motion as stated. There is
Motion to table this discussion and continue the public hearing on this agenda item.
Okay, that is the motion, is the motion to approve still on the table? And is the second still there? Okay, so that is the motion. Would you please vote? Motion is passed. So just so you understand that this item is not going away. Okay? The item is, just a moment, please. The item is not going away. As I said, we as a council and we as a city still need to show respect for all parties. We've done that by allowing you, wanting you to speak tonight so that we don't further delay your ability to give us input. And you gave us valuable input tonight. I recognize that. But the applicant was not available here to hear that information either. And so out of respect for the applicant and out of respect for you, we're continuing this particular item. We're not shutting it down. It's just going to continue, okay?
Mayor, clarification, they will have an opportunity to speak next time also because it's still going to be a public hearing.
The public hearing will continue. And that's why the city attorney gave a very specific definition of what the motion is. Okay, so the public hearing tonight, see, there's a technicality in terms of how we can go home tonight. Do we need to close the public hearing so we can move on to another agenda item? If we don't do that, we're going to sit here till the 21st. Okay, so and that's what we just need to kind of digest and understand. I appreciate you're able to do that. Okay, all right. Moving on to item 5B. Well, Ms. Shelton, you said that you wanted to.
That was my question was, were we going to all, the people who have spoken tonight, we will also have an opportunity to speak again on the 21st?
Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. Item 5B. Consider a resolution approving the first renewal of the automated registration hold services agreement between the City of Duncanville and Red Flags Traffic Systems Incorporated for verification of delinquent civil penalties, which is attached hereto and incorporated herein as Exhibit A. Mr. Summerlin.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me, I have a very short presentation here. Just wanted to give some background. There were two agreements. Red Flags Master Agreement, which was approved in 2006. And then there was an automated registration hold service program. That initial contract was approved in 2013, and it was for a 5-year contract. It was scheduled to go before the council for renewal on December the 18th, and it failed by a 3-3 vote. Again, the initial program for the red light enforcement contract was 2006, and then it was in 2009 it was extended to June 14th, 2012, and then in 2011 extended to June 14th of 2022, and then further amended on November the 15th. The registration hold services, otherwise known as scofflaw, that contract was for a 5-year contract in 2013, and that renewal would go from November of 2018 to November of 2023. And in FY18, that scofflaw amount that we collected was $860,000, which was 41% of the fines that were collected. Here I tried to give a financial picture of the things that we achieve with the red light enforcement. It is restricted to use that has to comply with enhancing public safety. And so without the scofflaw fines, our revenues for 2018 would have been in 1.2 million gross, and then our equipment lease and operations and maintenance, and then we have to transfer 50% of that to the state as required. And then we had other activity that would otherwise have to be absorbed by the general fund for other projects that do fall under the guidelines of being a legal use of these funds. And so with all those expenditures, we would have a net loss of $424,142 without the scofflaw. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Jameson.
So you're saying, so what you're saying is you did 5 years from 2018 instead of 5 years from 2019?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The contract for the collection, it expired in 2000.
It's not for collection. The contract is to provide information to Dallas County for the scofflaw.
So they're not doing the collecting, they're just providing information?
We provide information to Dallas County,
Right.
and they place a hold on the registration. Or that's what the contract does.
That's what Red Flex does?
Correct.
Okay. Their contract, though, goes from 2019.
No, the contract, as I pointed out, it was in 2013, it was a 5-year contract.
Right.
And so that expired in November of 2018.
That's what I said. So from November of 2018, 5 more years would be 2023.
22.
Correct. Right.
Oh, this one's that one.
Uh-huh. Okay, and the
But
contract.
that was not approved.
Right.
Okay.
The contract for the cameras themselves, though, expires in 2022.
That's correct.
So you have a contract to continue giving information or collecting or whatever you want to call it for 1 year past the time that we have the contracts.
Yes,
Why?
ma'am. Because if the red light, we could give notice if this contract was approved. We can give notice that we're no longer. If the red light cameras are gone, we can give them notice, and that effectively ends the contract at that point.
We were told one time before that we could get out of a 10-year contract and found out it wasn't true with Red Flex. So I wouldn't want any contract that was not dated for the exact same time, because we were not able to get out of the contract.
Can you, to understand this gap between 2022 and 2023, I'm not sure I fully grasped exactly what you're saying yet, Mr. Summerlin. Could you just give us a little more understanding of that?
In essence, if there are no more red light citations being issued, we can
still go after money after the red lights are discontinued.
Yeah, if they were discontinued, there would be nothing to provide. So the contract would effectively be ended. We can't, the contract can't exist to produce records that don't exist. And that's what the contract is for.
Has the city attorney looked at this contract?
I have not.
See, we were told before that, that we could get out of a 10-year contract with Red Flex. And it turned out we couldn't. And now you've got a contract on the collection or information sharing, whatever you want to call it, that goes for 1 year past the time the contract for the red light cameras, which you can't get out of until
Councilmember Jameson.
2022, excuse me. 6/14/2022 is when that lease is up. So they don't correspond.
No, they don't, but as Director Summerlin noted, the initial contract for the red light camera equipment does go through 2022, but this contract was entered into at a different period of time, so
Right.
it has a different time span, but it is to provide the data from the red light cameras. if the contract with Red Flex expires in 2022 and is not renewed, then we will not have the red light cameras. We won't have any red light citations to issue. And so therefore, this contract would essentially, even if the contract was still in existence, there would be no data to provide and therefore no cost to us and no revenue to us on tickets because there are no citations.
That makes perfect sense, but I don't think that that is necessarily
And
what the
I will
contract
say that
says.
the
That's
city
why I would want to
attorney-
know what the contract said by the
attor-
attorney.
The city attorney has reviewed the contracts.
She
The
just said
contract
she
is-
hadn't.
I'm sorry, we have more than one city attorney, but the city attorney's office has reviewed it. The contracts are in your packet. So
Well, I know that we were told that before we could get out of a contract and we could not.
If I might, the essence of the contract is to provide records to Dallas County for delinquent violators.
Right.
We don't pay them anything if there's no violations that are delinquent.
That sounds good, but I don't.
Well,
But if there's no data to collect, the contract can still exist with no effect to it, and I guess is what the end result is.
This is what I'm saying.
So the contract would remain in effect. It expires in 2023, but there'd be no activity on the contract because there wouldn't be any collection, or there wouldn't be any activity because the cameras themselves don't exist, so there'd be no movement of data going to Red Flex for Red Flex to communicate the information to the city of Dallas.
Correct.
Councilmember Jameson, I will read paragraph 9 in the contract termination. This agreement terminates on the expiration date of the then current term unless customer has renewed the term or upon any one or more of the following. A, by mutual written agreement of the parties. B, by either party if the other party defaults or breaches any of the terms or conditions of this agreement and such default or breach is not cured within 45 days after written notice thereof. C, by customer if Red Flex suffers an event of bankruptcy or insolvency. D, by either party if any subsequent federal or state legislation or any decision of a court or competent jurisdiction declares or renders this agreement invalid, illegal, or unenforceable, or E, by customer upon 30 days prior written notice thereof.
So E is the only one that would apply.
I would also comment that there is currently a House bill in Austin that is out of committee, which would actually abolish the entire red light camera system, so it could make this entire issue moot. But yes, there are ways, and again, I haven't viewed this specific contract. I can tell you, knowing contract law, that if this is a companion contract, there should also be a clause that allows us, since this is based on information that is provided from a separate contract, if that separate contract terminates or is ended, the one that ends in 2022, then this companion contract could also terminate at that same time. That's typically how it works with contract law.
So the two contracts would be synchronized. They'd be synchronized with each other, and one
Correct,
would not
because the
remain after
second
the
contract
other.
relies on what's happening with the first contract.
It's kind of odd that they're just not done right now, synchronized.
It's really not that odd because they were they were signed at different times. And so the boilerplate language is from the effective date 5 years. So whenever the second one was written, that's typically the boilerplate language. It could have been so that it matched up with the first one. It wasn't when it was originally signed. I don't know why. But again, this is pretty consistent with contracts.
So we're not paying Red Flex anything. Richard, you said we're not paying Red Flex anything. They only make their money off of what they collect.
This is
Did I
not
misunderstand?
This is not a collection contract.
I know,
No.
but in terms of how the process works, you said that
they-
we're not paying Red Flex anything.
No, we wouldn't pay them anything if there are no records. We do pay them based on a per record.
Okay, I'm sorry, I
that
misunderstood.
That they produce.
Okay.
But if you take this contract a step further, if Red Flex tried to bill us for an unscrupulous amount, we would not pay that. We're able to see in the system how many records. I mean, we have our own internal controls that we abide by when we look at the billing for that. So
Okay, I need to record, Mr. Cooks was first and then Mr. LeBlanc.
If I was sitting in the audience, I would probably say, what in the heck are they talking about? And only because I have went through this a couple of times that I now finally understand it. So maybe some of you are smarter than I am, but I'm going to share with you how I broke it down for myself, okay? One is I made a contribution to the red light camera for running the red light a couple of times. So I made my contribution. I paid it, all right? But the second part is, then I had a constituent who walked up to me and said, hey, Mark, what happens if I don't pay this ticket when I ran the red light? The scofflaw simply tells us, and you correct me if I'm wrong, it says that if we don't have anything in place to collect the funds, then you just ran that light, and then you just have a piece of paper in your hand that's worth nothing because you don't really have to pay it if you don't want to. There's no teeth in that contract. Do I really like the red light camera piece? I mean, it goes and I have some constituents who said, Mark, I love it. I have some constituents who said, Mark, get rid of it. And so my comment to them was, as soon as we are out of the contract of 2022, I really can support in hearing more information whether we even keep that red light camera or not. But get us out of the contract first. Then the second part is, why would I have a contract and why would I issue a ticket and I can't collect on the fines on it? That makes no sense to me. And I wouldn't, okay, call me crazy, but if you sent me a bill and I didn't have to pay it, then you may not pay it. So, but the scofflaw is saying, here's we're going to put some teeth in it, and as soon as one item is ceased in 2022, the other one falls off as well. Now, here's the unique thing. In 2012 and 2014, we ran across this. We had the same identical issue. And I raised the question in 2012, 2014, how much of Duncanville citizens are running that light like I did a couple of times? When I looked, and when they brought numbers back to us, we probably had about 10% of Duncanville residents, after those 2 times probably like me, stopped running it. But when you look, and Richard can probably provide those numbers, or the city manager provide those numbers, the revenue of people running the light right now live outside of Duncanville. So do we want to make it any different for them? No. But if we're already paying this, we're already in a contract where we're paying it and we're due to pay it until 2022, I sure would like to use the funds that we're collecting to pay that contract until it's out in 2022. So when I sit in the audience, when I look at this, number one, I don't want to run the light. I don't want the ticket. But if I do get the ticket and you send me a bill, I need to pay it. And I'm not going to pay the bill unless it has some teeth in it. And this is how I'm understanding this. And as soon as the contract in 2022 is over and you have nothing else to collect, though we're talking about signing a new contract tonight, and that's why I support signing a new contract tonight, is because it has to have some teeth in the contract that's existing as we stand. Yes, it may say it won't end to 2023, but it's simply still telling us if there's nothing to collect, it falls off and it ends itself.
Thank you, Mr. LeBlanc.
I just got, excuse me, I got a couple questions based on the information you have up here. The second bullet said that it failed December of 2018. So what's in effect now?
There's nothing in effect now.
So no data is being collected now. You can run it and everything is, you're okay.
Right.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. That is not entirely correct. I mean, the red light cameras are still in existence. Red light citations are still being issued.
Okay.
And notices being provided. There is no scofflaw. There is no data going to the Department of Motor Vehicles or Dallas County to put an automatic registration hold on those who do not pay the fine. So as Councilmember Cook said, there is no teeth in it right now. So the only fines that we are collecting are those who are as Councilmember Cook's, diligent in paying their fines. But the red light fines are still being issued.
But right now, we have no way to enforce it.
We have no way to collect delinquent fines.
Okay.
Because the data is not moving to Dallas in order to affect the teeth.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Second question. So is that part of the reason, well, maybe, I guess it's not because it was, the contract was in effect for FY18, but is that why did we only collect 100% of the fine? I mean, 41% of the fines and not 100% of the fines if it was in effect for that whole year?
That's the percentage of the total revenue that was collected because those holds were there. In other words, some people pay on time and they never go to scofflaw, but 41% of the people didn't pay, or 41% of that revenue they didn't pay,
Okay.
and would not have done so had scofflaw not existed.
Okay. So we did get 100% of what we were supposed to, of the records?
Yes.
We did. So is that number 860, does that represent 100% or just a 41%?
That's 41%.
So-
On my financial breakdown, the regular traffic enforcement fines, people that paid without it going delinquent, was 1.2 million.
So line 3?
No, the first line. Right, which is repeated on line 3, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, and the last question that I have is, you mentioned that we pay per record. What's the rate per record that we pay?
It's $10 per record, and that that is they put the file in a format that is uploaded and transmitted to Dallas County as well as the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles. So there's two different files.
And so we pay, so is a record considered a ticket? Is that?
A
violation?
record is considered a violation.
A violation, so it's $10 per violation, okay. That's all I have.
Okay. Ms. Thomas.
I just have comments, I don't have questions. I'm on the record not supporting this. Every time this comes up, the red light camera comes up, I give the same scenario, and I'll do it again because I think it's important. First of all, our governor has stated that he believes that red light cameras are illegal and that he put that as one of his top 3 issues to get them banned in the state of Texas. So you have the governor who agrees with me. So we start at the premise that someone in your car runs a red light and you get a ticket for it. You can't fight it. You have to pay it. Okay, so some people can pay it. Some people can't. And the people who can't pay it are the ones who get caught in this whirlpool down that they can't get out of. Because now that they can't pay the ticket, whether they were driving the car or not, they can't now register their car. Now they're driving a car that's not registered. In the meantime, this penalty is accruing fees. So they're driving this unregistered car because they've got to go to work. They're a family member. They're the breadwinner. So they get pulled over because they can't afford to do registration. They get a ticket. They don't pay that ticket because they can't afford it. They can't afford to all of a sudden come up with all this money because they can't afford the $75 in the first place. They get a ticket. They can't pay the ticket. Now all of a sudden they've got a warrant out for their arrest. Then they get pulled over again and they're in jail. And they're certainly not putting bread on the table because they're in jail. And they have to come up with a boatload of money in order to get out of jail to pay this. Now, this is okay if what they did in the first place was a legal infraction. But I think we've gotten to the point where we blur those lines. And I don't know if y'all know people that get caught into this, but I do. I go to court, and I represent some of these people. And they get caught, and they're good people. They just don't have the money. And so like I said, they get caught, And right now, the legislators, every 2 years, they can, this discussion goes down there. How can we get these people out of jail, keep them out of jail so that they can keep on making a living without having to lose their job and then throw the family into chaos, because they live paycheck to paycheck. So because of this, I'm going to vote against this scofflaw.
I disagree strongly with your statement, Ms. Thomas. The gross generality that the people that aren't paying can't pay. That's why this is called a scofflaw. It's called people are scoffing at the law. They are lawless, disregarding. Those that can't pay can find a way to come up with the $75. And you can go to court and judges will adjudicate according to your ability to pay as well. So I cannot accept the gross generality that everybody who doesn't pay cannot pay and end up in extreme circumstances because they can't drive the car and can't re-register. I just don't understand that, and I cannot agree with it. The fact of the matter is, and there's, I remember at the original, when we had this discussion, you brought in the word morality of red light cameras. There's nothing immoral or moral about red light cameras. Whether you agree with them or not is not the issue. The issue is that we as a city have the ability to collect the money that people choose not to pay when they violate the law. And what this contract does is it gives us the ability to send the data to the city of Dallas to collect the money that is owed to us by the individuals that, for whatever reason, whether they can't pay or whether they choose not to pay, and I think it's the latter, this contract allows us to continue to receive the revenue the city deserves by those individuals that are running red lights. Mr. Cooks.
One thing, I had an opportunity to visit my son, who's a municipal judge in downtown Dallas, and many of these opportunities I've set to watch him, and a lot of them was tickets. And neither one person that I see walk away in handcuffs as he was being a judge. Maybe he was being too nice, but it was not one person walked away in handcuffs. Secondly, Councilman Thomas mentioned about the governor was against this. Show me how much does the state get on the collection that we're getting?
Well, if you look at line 7, I've adjusted that for no scofflaw.
Just read me the amount.
It's $280,000 in this scenario.
Okay, so $280,000. Show me the line where the state and the governor returned it because they didn't want it because they didn't like red light cameras.
It's non-existent.
It's not there? Oh, okay. So it's not there. They're receiving it, and so they're against it, but they're receiving the money. And how much are we getting from Duncanville, or that 280? Would you just read that amount for me again?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The amount that Duncanville we get, the scofflaw gets portion of the collection, right? The state gets some. You said 280. Mm-hmm. How much are we collecting for Duncanville?
Well, in essence, when you get to deduct the contractual amount that for the lease out and some operating expenditures, and so then out of that net revenue, 50% of that goes to the state. The other half we keep and we use for those projects that qualify for public safety improvements.
And that was going to be, and that was going to be my. I'm sorry.
That amount is not up there.
The amount he's asking, the amount I was asking for.
It's essentially the $280,000. I mean, that's the 50% split.
Okay.
So
and
they get 280, we keep 280.
All right. So they get 280, we keep 280.
In that scenario.
And now remind me one more time for our constituent state. Can we spend the 280 any way we want to on the 280? Can we add it to our general fund?
We cannot.
Can we
it has to be spent for public safety improvements. You can see some of the things there. We spent money on improving our signal maintenance. We were able to upgrade some of our signs around town with that money to get to the new regulations for the size of the lettering and the reflectivity. The WatchGuard mobile units, body cameras, that was one thing that qualified, and we spent $174,000 on those 14 mobile units and 69 body cameras.
Okay, and I'll
And we
close,
also put in a traffic signal at Redbird and Duncanville Road with that money.
and I'll close with this statement. You know, I love a good joke, and so I have to share this good joke, and that is, even on my bicycle, I stop at the red light.
Next is Mr. McBurnett.
Motion to approve. Let's go.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
And we have a second.
Second.
I believe we've had enough discussion.
I want to say something.
Okay. Ms. Jameson?
Yes, well, while we're talking about all of this, there is a House bill on the floor. Whether it passes or not, I don't know, but cities, and there was a lot, some of you may or may not remember, I see a head shaking out there. There was a lot of pushback in Duncanville about red light cameras. There was a petition that went around. It was pretty much ignored, and we went ahead and had another contract. They have outlawed them in Arlington, in Houston, and a lot of cities all over. 2011, they outlawed them in Houston. And so they're not overwhelmingly accepted, and it's because of citizens. What we're seeing here is revenue for cities for things. So either you listen to citizens who overwhelmingly don't want them, or you listen to bodies like ours that keep them because of this revenue. Now, what we were told, I was on the council when we were originally told about the cameras. The whole premise was saving lives, saving lives. I don't hear any saving lives. And I see also that they wanted to have a study for everybody who had red light cameras every 5 years to see just how effective they are, because I hear a lot of people saying that when someone comes up and realizes it's a red light, they slam on their brake and it causes accidents. So I don't know. I didn't believe that it was about saving lives then, and I really don't now when I see this. Is it? Do we like revenue? Yeah, we like revenue. We like it to come in. I'm not sold on this, and I hate that we're in a contract we can't get out of.
On point, the issue before us is not whether to stay with red light cameras or not. The issue is whether we can continue a contract.
Well, we just keep signing contracts.
Well, at some point in time, if the city desires to put on the agenda that we abandon the red lights, then that's another issue. But right now, before us is a point of renewing a contract to allow us to continue to collect money when individuals disregard the law. Ms. Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I did not mean to imply that the gross generalities of that most people that do not pay cannot pay. I'm saying that there are some that cannot pay that throws them into a chaos and family crisis, and that we should consider that the impetus is a red light camera ticket. That's the impetus. And there are no courts that you can go to fight a red light camera. They look at a video, they judge it, and that's what it is. To Councilmember Jameson's point, when Governor Abbott said that he did not support the red light cameras, he cited a study that I stated last time I talked about this, that red light cameras are more dangerous. They do not save lives. They are more dangerous. And that was the study. You can Google it if you want. Just correcting the record.
We have a motion on the floor to approve. Please vote. Motion passes 4-3. Moving on to item 5C. Consider a resolution finding that Encore Electric Delivery Company LLC's application for approval to amend its distribution cost recovery factor pursuant to 16 Text Admin Code Section 25.243 to increase distribution rates with the city should be denied. Finding that the city's reasonable rate case expenses shall be reimbursed by the city. Finding that the meeting at which this resolution is passed is open to the public as required by law. and requiring notice of this resolution to the company and legal counsel. Mr. Summerlin.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, a very short presentation. On April the 8th, 2019, Encore filed this application for approval to amend its distribution cost recovery factor. The system-wide increase would be $29.4 million. The resolution that you have before you authorizes the city to join with the steering committee cities served by Encore to evaluate this filing, first of all, to determine if it's legal, and if, in fact, it is lawful, to determine what further strategy, including settlement, to pursue. So the staff recommends approval of a resolution finding that Encore Electric Delivery Company, LLC's application to amend its distribution cost recovery factor be denied.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve, and we have a second. Seeing no discussion, please vote. Motion is passed. Did you? Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. Item 5D. Consider a resolution authorizing approval of a design incentive paint grant by the Duncanville Community Economic Development Corporation to Gil Hudson, owner of Redbird Skateland, in an amount up to 70% of the actual cost, not to exceed $5,000, for a building located at 1206 North Duncanville Road, Duncanville, Texas.
Thank
Ms.
you.
James.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. As the mayor just stated, Gil Hudson has requested a paint grant from the Economic Development Corporation to assist him in upgrading the aesthetics of his building, which is known as Skateland in 1206 North Duncanville Road here in Duncanville, Texas. You can see here, this is just a general map to give you an idea of where the building is located. It is located just north of DeFord's Lumber, south of the Nance family farm property, and then also between North Duncanville Road as well as North Main Street. This is the current pictures of Skateland, and so Mr. Hudson will come up here just shortly and discuss the color choices that he's going with to improve the aesthetics and upgrade the overall look of the building. In terms of the grant details, as you all know, the paint grant program pays up to 70% of the actual cost, not to exceed $5,000. And also that includes preparing the surfaces for the building as well as the labor costs involved. He did submit 3 required bids. The bids range from $7,500 to $12,000. On April 22nd, 2019, the DCEDC board unanimously approved a grant for Gil Hudson for 70% of the actual cost, not to exceed $5,000. So at this time, I'll be happy to answer any questions, and I'll also invite Mr. Hudson up to answer your questions that you have in terms of his color choices.
Mr. Hudson, thank you.
First of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Williams and Ms. James for this great opportunity. They brought it to our attention, brought the paperwork by, even called to make sure that we got it because we weren't there when they brought it by. Appreciate the mayor and the councils looking at this as well. I do have paint samples here for each of you if you would like those, so you can see what it's going to be. Is that okay to approach?
Sure.
It tells you on the bottom here of each one what the colors will be. There's 2 different colors. One's for the walls, one is for the girders and the top metal roof. Oh, sorry. So if you have any questions for me, I just appreciate y'all sitting here tonight. I haven't done this in quite a while. I was a political science major in college and did some of this stuff back then, but I want to commend you. I know that, like you said before, that a lot of times you guys don't exactly agree on things, and that's okay. It's the way this country works. But I really appreciate your time and your efforts and all that y'all do for the city. It's not said enough. It's too easy to gripe about everybody and how they do and talk about candidates that you don't even know and that type of stuff. So I appreciate your time and your efforts. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you.
Good?
We have a motion to approve, and we have a second. Seeing no discussion, please vote. Thank you. Item 5E is another item that is going to be open for discussion from our citizens, and if it's agreeable to council, I'd like to take a 10-minute break, if we could. Is that okay? Yes. 10 minutes, please. So we'll recess at, that's the right word, right? Recess, 9:27. Okay, we are reconvening our city council session at 9:37. Moving on to item 5E. Consider a resolution authorizing the award of a bid for RFQ number 19-016 for demolition services to Garrett Demolition Incorporated of Burleson, Texas, for the property located at 730 East I-20 in the proposed amount of $130,531. Before I turn the floor over to Ms. James, our Economic Development Director, just to remind folks that have turned in cards that wish to speak on this particular item, Ms. James will make her presentation, and at that time, then we will open it up to individuals that want to provide input to the council. So, Ms. James.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'd first like to start out with going over the background for the audience so that they're clear on where we are today. So starting with that, in 2017, the DCEDC and the City Council identified the property located at 730 I-20, also formerly known as the Toyota dealership, on I-20 as a key piece of property since it does sit on the entrance to the community. The same piece of property was also identified in the Duncanville Comprehensive Plan to be redeveloped into an upscale retail, commercial, and entertainment area. It is also included in the TIF district as well. In April of 2018, the City Council unanimously approved the purchase of the property from the Duncanville ISD in the amount of $900,000. In May of 2018, the DCEDC voted unanimously to approve the funding for the purchase of the property and demolish the existing buildings in order to bring it back to a greenfield to increase the marketability of the property. The City Council had previously agreed as well that the buildings needed to be demolished in order to increase its opportunities. On May 15, 2018, the DCEDC and the city purchased the property from the school district. In addition, when the property was, when the documents were signed by the mayor, the school district wanted assurance that the city would do something that would be complementary to the entire community with the property. Right here is a map just to give you an overview of where the property is located. You can see it is just off I-20 and Cockrell Hill there, behind where the Red Lobster and the Olive Garden sit. You can see the property there that is in with the black asphalt. It's approximately 4.53 acres. You can see that it does contain 3 structures as well as numerous canopies. In January of 2019, the city had an environmental phase 1 study done, an asbestos survey as well as a lead survey completed. The findings included the property has 11 underground hydraulic lifts that have been closed in place and a storage underground tank that has also been filled in place. These items do need to be removed in order to demolish the property as well as repurposing it for most purposes. Not all, but most. All the buildings do need to have asbestos abatement in them. Asbestos is included in the floor as well as the ceilings. In addition, the parking lot fire lane has been striped, unfortunately, with lead-based paint, so therefore all of the paint has to be abated. In addition, it has been determined that the asphalt on the property is not up to code and cannot withstand the fire truck's weight. In fact, you'll see here in a minute, I'll show you some pictures of where the asphalt has actually crumbled under the weight of the fire trucks when they were trying to do some training on the property. The city has to, in addition, the city has had to address 4 different break-ins that have included thefts of desks, AC units, sinks, and an automotive paint booth. On March 18, 2019, the DCEDC did receive a notice order to repair or demolish dangerous or substandard building structures, from the city's building official. And I want to be very clear there, that is the name of the document that was produced. The violations included and were noted as there are numerous boarded up windows because of the constant break-ins that we are experiencing. Substandard roofs with leaks throughout the buildings causing mold inside the structures, and I'll show you pictures of that shortly. In addition, faulty or cracked walls allowing vegetation to grow inside the buildings. I will show you that as well. In addition, it also included violations of exposed wiring, inadequate sanitation, and unsecured structures, as there was evidence of someone living in the buildings. Every time we do get a break-in, we immediately respond. However, it's been regular over the last month. In terms of just last week was the most recent. So first of all, I wanted to show you some of the pictures of the current property. I don't know how much you've been by it, but as I said, there are 3 structures on there. You can see the overall look of the parking lot as well as the building. There is right there, that's the asphalt that did crumble underneath the weight of the fire trucks. In addition, you can see some of the boarding that has taken place. The other building that I just showed you has numerous boards up as well, and that is not to code. In addition, last week, in addition to the break-in, the building was also tagged. So that's about another $800 that will have to be remediated. This is some of the pictures on the inside. You can see the staining on the back of the walls. You can see the mold up on the ceiling as well. And this is just pictures from one of the insides of one of the buildings. In addition, you can see there on the left, that shows the vegetation that is growing inside of the building due to the building not being secure with the exterior walls being glass. You can see there on the right side, that is tile. That tile there has showed in numerous places where it is buckling. It is not caused, that is not caused by the surveying being done in terms of the asbestos in the floor joist. That is actually buckling in the building. In addition, this is some more look of just what some of the property looks like on the inside. There's numerous possibilities. And as we talked about before, making it a greenfield, and this has been the desire of the EDC from the start, was to being able to bring back a property or an opportunity to City Council. And there are multiple opportunities out there for Council to consider. And so by making it a greenfield, the EDC board does believe that it does make it more marketable. These are just some possibilities, and not necessarily this exact look or anything like this, but these are just multiple opportunities that are out there. Shortly, I know that 2 of my president as well as my vice president will speak, and they can even go into further detail about some of these developments that they've been involved with. There's numerous opportunities here. Obviously, the lake doesn't exist there, but in terms of incorporating green space as well as commercial or high-end entertainment. So bringing it all back, what we're here to discuss tonight in terms of the granting or awarding the demolition contract. On February 25th, 2019, bids were released via public purchase, and we worked hand in hand with our finance department and our purchasing manager throughout this process, as well as Public Works. Notices were sent to 35 vendors and 17 hubs or historically underutilized businesses via email. 33 vendors accessed the bid documents via public purchase, and 5 proposals were received and opened on April 16th for consideration. These are the businesses that did bid or make proposals on the demolition of the property. And you have this in your packet. I know that it's not seeable up here, but I just felt like that it needed to be in the presentation to show the public that there were bid tabulations, and overall they'll be able to see that online later when they view if they choose to view the presentation. And again, you can see over there, Garrett Construction, or Demolition, I'm sorry, bid $1 more than the lowest bid. However, if you look at the at the unit cost per cubic yard for clean fill dirt, which we know we will have to when we remove the tanks. That's necessary to do that. It's a lower price. And so therefore, in the end, after evaluating the total demolition cost and unit pricing per cubic yard for clean fill and backfill for the property, it was determined that Garrett Demolition provided the most advantageous proposal for the city. On April 22nd, 2019, the DCEDC board unanimously approved amending the FY 18-19 budget to include $190,000 for the demolition and abatements. This evening, you are only considering the $130,000 being awarded, but they have amended the budget to include the abatements necessary to make the property back, or take the property back to Greenfield. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
So if I understand correctly, that at some point in time, the delta between 135 and 190 is going to be coming back to us
Those
for
are
the abatement?
They will not, Mayor. Those are smaller contracts.
Not subject to our authorization?
That's correct, yes. That would be authorized by the city manager. That is
Okay,
correct.
but the DCEDC has incorporated into the budget, and the funds will be available to accomplish that?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Schwartz.
For clarification, the clean fill that's coming in, how is that going to be paid for? Over and above what we may award tonight?
We do have, there is a small, slight contingency that we have available. However, depending, at this point, we don't know what that cost is going to be, so it's going to depend. That might be something that will have to come back to City Council for further consideration.
If it's more than 25% of the contract?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
The change order can't be more than 25% of the contract, and it'll have to come back to the council. Well, she said there's a small contingency in there, and then anything above that would be a change order.
So what Councilmember Schwartz was identifying is that we are going to have clean fill because we have to remove those tanks. Unfortunately, at this point, we don't know what that is. And so that's how come it was very important for us to get pricing to be able to recognize what is truly the best bid or the best price for the city. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like to invite Mr. Dial and Mr. Broughton up as President and Vice President of EDC. They are DCEDC is the owner of the property. And I think it's essential for us as a council to hear what they have to say in terms of their decision that's brought us to this point tonight. So, Mr. Dial, Mr. Broughton, thank you. Please inform us in terms of your thought processes behind taking us to this point of demolition, because there's some concern, as we're all aware, that maybe this property should be repurposed versus demolition. And I think the council would like to hear your positions on this.
I think our vision in terms of approaching the purchase of the property is, again, to create a place for the city. You know, you hear restaurants. We need more restaurants. We need more entertainment facilities. And that's kind of been our vision for this property all along. And it's, you know, as you sit there and look at it for over 10 years, sitting there vacant, burns my eyes every time I pass it on I-20. I mean, and it's right at the front door of our community. What does that say about Duncanville? And it's, the existing facilities are deteriorated, they're an eyesore. And from the vision we have moving forward for a first-class redevelopment, we think in order to attract the development, you know, the existing buildings have to go. We want to start fresh, start clean. And we've been involved in some fantastic, professionally, I have, some fantastic redevelopment opportunities. And I know that you can do that, but I think on this particular property, this particular vision that we have and what we want to do, our desire for the community, I think it's better to start fresh. Some of the renderings that Jessica put in the presentation, I forwarded her to her. Those are some projects that we have made proposals on, or this one's actually in design right now in McKinney, Hub 121. The one she saw with the lake, that's Cypress Waters, that's Billingsley's development, The Sound. It's a mixed-use restaurant, multi-restaurant facility it's probably 75% constructed, and if you ever get up to the Cypress Waters development, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that's possible. No, we don't have a lake to put our restaurants and our projects on there, but we do have some, you know, a nice tract at the front door of the city that really could welcome some refreshing type of facilities, restaurants, entertainment type venues.
You made a comment about your professional expertise. Would you mind informing the council of your professional expertise and Mr. Broughton as well? Because
Well,
I think it's important that we understand your perspectives as professionals and we as not.
I am a structural engineer by profession. I work with architects. We do the structural engineering on the facilities, and that's the design of the foundation, walls, roof framing, you know, just to make the building stand up. I wish I had the creative vision to come up with the pretty pictures like they do. I don't. That's why I'm an engineer, but we refer to the architects for that.
And like Mr. Dahl has mentioned, I am a licensed architect, so this is what I do by profession. Just to sort of resonate on some of the points that he's made, is that the DCEDC doesn't necessarily go out and procure a number of properties. We're very strategic about what we go after as far as the DCEDC, because we want to maintain control of those specific properties that we think are instrumental in the overall development of the city of Duncanville. And this is one of the properties we identified that we want to maintain control of. And so we approached the council, we approached our group about bringing this property in. And when we procured this property, we had the full intent at the very beginning to remove those buildings. That was never in question to try to reuse those buildings. It was always the intent to clear those buildings, create a greenfield site, and to market that to be something to be to the betterment of the community. And not only to the community, but also be a regional draw. A regional draw that will bring in additional tax dollars into our community. So this was a very strategic move on our part. And you know, we've had the full support of the council going forward, even with the past decisions made. And going forward, we would like to continue along that same pathway. Trying to reuse those buildings in their existing site doesn't necessarily fit in with our strategic vision. Yes, it could be done, it could be accomplished, but it won't achieve our overall goals from what we perceive.
Explain to us more the opinion that a greenfield is more marketable to a developer than a field with existing buildings.
Well, the first thing coming in from a developer standpoint is if he wants to do something else, you got to pay the money to essentially do what we're going to do to start with. So, you know, it allows him to move right in and be able to start construction, start building up, instead of having to tear off and do all this stuff that we're proposing to do with the demolition contract. It makes it a more desirable piece of property.
Okay.
And anytime you have environmental issues associated with a property, that's also a deterrent for many developers as well. It can be overcome, but there's additional costs that have to, you know, factor into their performance.
Okay. Mr. Cooks.
Yeah, Steve and Darwin, let me tell you, I respect your profession. Thank you for what you do for our EDC board and the time you sit there as well. I just have a couple of questions for you guys, and it's, so have you looked, number one, have you guys looked inside the building yourself as professionals, or are you relying on what was given to you to make your decision?
I have not been inside the buildings myself.
Okay.
I've looked at photos.
I personally have not been in the building myself either. Again, going back to the premise of what we bought the buildings for, we're sticking to that same premise.
And so please know my questions are just the intent to get information, so it's not no way challenging your profession, by the way.
Yes, sir.
Because I couldn't even do it if I tried anyway. All right. So, but the question then comes back to, then how did you make your decision that the buildings probably need to be demolished? And in your profession, you normally would go in and demolish buildings. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I'll answer your question was, have you looked at those buildings?
Yeah, have you looked, yeah.
From
I
the
looked at those buildings.
outside?
Yeah, I bought my first truck from that building.
And I bet it looked different then.
It did.
Yes.
So, but going back to the question though, and that is, so, though I don't disagree that it probably should be demolished, but I just want to make sure we looked at the full picture of what's going on with it. And so, from an architect side of it, do you guys go in with a vision of knock it down, let's start over? Or you go with the vision of, hey, let's tell you what, let's look at both sides. Do I knock it down or do I repurpose? I don't know. let me get both sides and make the decision. So share with us how you make your decisions. That's just a guy on the street decision, how I look at it. Tell me how you look at it.
Well, I look at it as the aesthetics of it first, and
Say it again.
I look at it from the aesthetics. Like I say, that thing has been an eyesore forever, and you know, it's in a bad state of repair. There's a lot of things that are wrong with it. You know, that pavement shot. And just in order to reuse that, it would require a significant capital investment. The second thing too is, with those existing buildings, you are limited to your development on what's already there. And it may not be the best fit. You got a showroom up front, you got a building on the side here, you got one on the back. Whereas when it's clean, you come in, you put your main entertainment facility in the center at the back, you surround it with the restaurants coming in. It allows for more traffic flow to come in, more pedestrian access to come in. It's just, you know, you have a whole lot more possibilities when you're starting with a clean slate than when you're forcing to utilize existing buildings.
Will that increase the property value, however, or do you, so if you're going to invest knocking it down at $130,000 or $190,000, does that then increase your property value of the property, and now saying you recoup that money from the potential developer or buyer?
I think if the project's done right, with the right facilities, the city will recoup its money over time, sure. And,
Okay.
you know, that's the kind of analysis we do on every single project that's brought before us.
But you've not, at this point, in my last question, you've not at this point been able to look at both sides and say repurpose or demolish. You've not compared those two to say, here's the better deal and here's why we
Have not.
select. You've not, all right, thank you.
Seeing no further comments, thank you. I will open up to our individuals, our constituents who have put cards forward. Mr. Patrick Harvey.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening to everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. And thank you, Mayor, for giving me this extra time. I just spent all the
Name
rest
and
of the-
address, please. And
Oh,
move-
I'm sorry.
please
Patrick
move,
Harvey.
Please move on. It's pretty late. Thank you.
Okay, Patrick Harvey. Okay. 1010 Huntington, and I'm sorry, it's kind of late.
Yeah, it's late.
1010 Huntington, Duncanville, Texas, 75137. So anyway, I've listened to everything that was said, and I really appreciate the work that the council has done, staff has done, and EDC has done on this particular initiative, and really appreciate all the great lengths in which staff has made this presentation this evening. But I kept thinking about the property that's on Highway 67 in Daniel-Dale. And I can remember that property was shot and in bad state, just like this particular property. But someone came in and saw something in that property that many of us could not, and they felt like it was worthwhile to invest and to redo that asphalt with concrete. And they spent many months redoing that store, which is a supermercado Mexican restaurant, and seems to be doing very well. So I realize that the default position for this particular situation is to start all over. But I encourage the council to defer on this particular decision and allow the new council to weigh in and perhaps provide some options that may have not been thoroughly vetted in this process. Really appreciate the fact that you have an entertainment venue there, I'm sure with a number of service jobs. But maybe there's a use for that facility for manufacturing jobs, which not only pay more, but the economic impact reverberate so much better than a facility with service jobs. So thank you for all the work that's been done, but I respectfully request that you allow the new council an opportunity to weigh in. Thank you.
Dave Galbraith.
I'm Dave Galbraith, 203 Brookwood Drive, Duncanville. Well, we are addressing a property which is the first of many properties that we're going to have to evaluate. We wrestled with this particular property for quite a while on the EDC. And the first reaction is it's an ugly project and needs to come down. And that is all that it takes for a lot of projects. They just take them out and start something new. On the other hand, there is no economic pro forma in hand at this point to see what these buildings are worth in redevelopment. These buildings are substantial. You have in your packet the March 18 notice and order to repair or demolish dangerous or substandard buildings. On the 19th of March, I performed a site discovery and assessment of my own, since I've done this on many buildings over the years as due diligence for purchasing properties. These are very substantial buildings. They're not dangerous as far as structure is concerned. Now, there is an indication on the second page of the notice in order to deal with the issues which relates to structures, but it's a little ambiguous as to what that means. My concern is that the council and anyone in your position would see this notice and order to demolish dangerous buildings, structures, and say, well, if they're dangerous, we better take them down. I could not, in good conscience, having done this so many times before, let you think that these buildings are about to collapse, because they're not. Now, they're hazardous because if you walk in there, you have to be careful. And you saw the pictures, but vandals have taken their toll on partitions and toilet fixtures and all that, and it's a hazardous walkthrough, which would have to be cleaned out. However, if you were to build those buildings now as shell buildings with nothing in them, no offices, no nothing, just what's there as far as the structures are concerned, you're talking about probably $3 million. Okay, just the buildings. They are reinforced concrete walls, poured in place. They're not tilt walls, poured in place. They are substantial buildings. I'm saying that because I don't want you guys to think these are dangerous buildings from a structural standpoint. And I went on site and spent an hour and a half one day just taking notes, and the next day taking photographs. One of the issues that we deal with, and as I started this discussion, we have many properties that we're going to have to evaluate in some rational process. So we're going to have to come up with some sort of a policy, if you will, to evaluate existing buildings. This is not the only project we have to evaluate, including the EDC. We don't really have a firm handle on how to evaluate existing buildings. So I don't want to go into that much more at this point, other than to say we have value here of a certain dollar amount, notwithstanding the pavement failures that are there that were not designed for fire trucks, except the fire lanes, and they're concrete, but they're designed for automobiles. And so notwithstanding the pavement conditions, the structural buildings themselves are substantial.
Let me interrupt for a minute. I have a question. You are a member of the EDC.
EDC.
The EDC unanimously approved this contract for demolition. You now oppose it. Why?
When I made my site discovery and assessment on the 19th of March, before I did that, I was under the impression that the buildings were not salvageable. They were not worth saving. After that point, I told the board, these buildings are substantial. And there is documentation that I provided to them as to my assessment. This afternoon, as a matter of fact, I sent Ms. James and copied the city manager and some other folks a public record notice that as far as the condition of these buildings, they are substantial buildings. They have trash in them that have to be cleaned out. The roof leaks, and they probably would be replaced. Except for replacing the roof and cleaning the trash and mold out, these buildings are substantial. And I don't want you to be misled into thinking that they're trash, that they're not valuable. And so to say unanimously that I agree to take it down, it's conditioned on do we have a pro forma. If the pro forma doesn't doesn't justify keeping the buildings, then we would take them out. But I can't, as an EDC board member, with my fiduciary responsibility, I can't tell you, knowing what I know about the conditions of the buildings, that they're not, they will have value, because they do. They have value. Dollar-wise, we can get we can actually calculate what the value is.
But interestingly, they could devalue the property because of their influence on the greenfield versus developer coming in and having the full capability and flexibility to do whatever they wish with the entire property versus being limited with the buildings that exist.
There's no question, Mr. Mayor, that if you had a greenfield there, that would be attractive to people that are looking for a clean sheet of paper to work from. No question. There's also no question, though, that if you were to redevelop it, that you have initial value in the cost of those shell buildings. Now, maybe the proposals of how to achieve the comp plan vision would not be as pristine, if you will, or it wouldn't be the same as Steve just mentioned about starting from scratch and laying it out the way you might want to lay it out. We don't even have a consensus on what that should be yet. We have the comp plan, which is conceptual, and now we have to implement that concept. But we don't have consensus on what that concept should be. My purpose in standing here is to allay the idea that the buildings are going to fall down, because they're not going to fall down, and that they have value that can be that will be a line item in the pro forma, economic pro forma. So if we choose not to do an economic pro forma, then we spend $130,000 and go ahead and create a greenfield.
Okay. Mr. Schwartz?
Dave, I just have a question on, looking at the pictures that we were provided, I see quite a bit of buckling in the floor where the tile's all broken. What is causing that?
Well,
I don't think that's a question he can answer. He's not a structural engineer. He's not an engineer
I've
in any
dealt
way,
with-
shape, or
I've
form.
dealt with
So
foundation problems for 50 years.
I think, you know,
We have a heaving issue there, but it's a manageable defect.
well, Mr. Schwartz, I just think asking
It's a
Mr.
manageable
Mr.
defect.
Galbraith his opinion on something like that, he's not qualified to answer.
I have dealt with foundations.
Turn your mic on, please. Turn your mic on, please. Turn your mic on, please.
The floor is buckling, which indicates there's some foundation problems. I understand what you're saying about the walls, but it still looks to me like there's a lot of problems in these buildings.
That just happens to be in the showroom. You go out into the service bay, which is twice the area, and the floor is almost pristine.
Okay.
So we don't have serious
All right, Mr.
floor
Cooks.
issues. Go ahead.
Mr. Galbraith, did you go into the building as well? Did you
Yes,
go into
I
the
have
building?
photographs. I took photographs.
So you
inside the building.
walked through the building?
Yes, I did. Mhm.
When you're on EDC, of
Yes,
course. What did you guys have I know you said it was voted. Everybody voted for this. Did y'all not have this type of discussion in your meeting?
Yes, we
at this
did.
point?
Yes, and I said that, it's a strong,
Before
it's a
you
stout
had
building.
discussion before the vote or after the vote? Did you have this discussion before you voted or after you voted?
I'm not going to tell you that I voted against it. I basically abstained the second time.
Okay, all right.
Because notwithstanding my email to Jessica today, the Director of Economic Development, was to go on record that these buildings are substantial. They are not dilapidated buildings. They need to be gutted as far as the partitions and all of the vandalism, and it'll have to have a new roof. But as far as the walls is concerned, and there's some floor repairs that can be.
It's getting repetitive now.
Yeah, I respect you.
So, in the interest of time, I think we understand your position, Mr.
finished.
Galbraith,
I'm
very
finished, and
clearly.
I'll take any questions.
Let me make one other comment too.
Please.
I respect your, again, as I told the other two, I respect your qualification and your information, but I would hope that you as the board would have a healthy discussion with this in the back office versus having it out here in the council. So
I made my position
So
known.
I would hope that you guys would have more of a healthy conversation where you agree or disagree and then come back up with a way to go. And so I'll wait to make a motion later, but thank you, Ms. Holland.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Galbraith. Next individual's card I have is Monty Anderson.
I'm Monty Anderson at 100 South Main here in Duncanville. And for the record, I just want to state since I am a councilman in waiting, any conflicts I might have and the comments I make tonight. I have worked with different people that want this property now, that want to develop it. I know the property very well, and I am not making any money on the property. I'm not doing any business with the people that are there. I just want you to know that tonight for the record. But I am interested in it being developed well and in the right way. And so what I would ask you tonight is if we had an idea for a project in town and we all had our minds around it and it was a good project and we were looking at it and all of a sudden something really better came along, would we not change our minds? If it was really better, if I could prove it was better, would we not change our minds? That's what I'm asking you to do tonight. I'm asking you to hold up on this demo until a full pro forma can be ran, as Mr. Galbraith said, with the buildings up and with the building as a greenfield. Now, I assume you all got my email and samples of case studies of redevelopment, repurposing I've done for for the last 25 years all around us. So I am an expert as a developer of redeveloping and repurposing properties, unlike this engineer and an architect who've never done a development on their own, ever. Now,
I think you need to be very careful in your comments
so I know,
about their
well, I know,
professional expertise,
well, I know
Mr.
that,
Anderson,
but
so
you're-
move
you
away
wanted
from that.
expertise.
Move
You
away
wanted
from that.
You wanted expertise. I am an expert.
You may comment on yours,
at
but you may not
repurposing these
comment on
buildings.
theirs. Thank you.
Okay, but that's a fact. So anyway, these pretty pictures up here that you're looking at right here, you've got one that looks just like this at Main in 67 that stayed half empty for how many years? It stayed half empty. The retail in this world today is in an apocalyptic, nature right now because of the Amazon effect, because of the Walmart effect. Look at the brand new Walmart down here on Wheatland. Okay, it's not even 10 years old. Look at the retail sales in Cedar Hill of a single purpose development. What is working is developments that have multi-purposes. First of all, the value of this property, if you tear down the buildings on Greenville today, is somewhere around $1 million. 1.2 maybe 1.3. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt. Give it 1.5. That's $8 or $9, $10 a square foot. Okay, that's the value. The current buildings, you have about 40,000 square foot in base shell buildings. And if you had to reproduce those base shell buildings today, you'd be looking at about $3 million. So now if you take the mansards off, okay, and you take all the glass out, and you take all the stuff out of the inside, including the buckling floors, which are not buckling because of foundation, they're buckling because of water that's gotten in there and froze and then busted up the tile. I looked at the buildings inside and out, and I've looked at them for a long time. I helped the school district acquire these buildings from the guy who used to own them. So in addition today, we have two local major stakeholders, major employers, the tortilla factory and W&B Transportation, that both have interest in these properties, in repurposing these properties. These are two local businesses. In fact, I think that we could, if we work together, I'm talking about everybody, if we work together, that we could come up with a multifaceted mixed use with manufacturing, the tortilla factories that are already there, corporate office, $6 million or so in payroll, entertainment, restaurants, loft apartments, okay, a mixed-use development in the amount of about $30 million. Okay, now that's just talk tonight, but the point is that that's the potential there. What you're looking at up here will be a whole lot less than that, I can promise you that. Now, there's been a lot of talk about asbestos and lead and all these other things. The last property that I just did is a place called Tyler Station in Oak Cliff. It had 9 monitoring wells. It had smokestacks. It was a polluter of the land. It was a polluter of the water. It had lead, dead raccoons, water in the building. It was a lot worse than anything you've seen here. Today, that building is a $12 million building. Okay, it went from a $1 million building to a $12 million building. So all of that stuff is normal. I mean, it can be dealt with. A developer who knows what they're doing can deal with that stuff easily. As far as safety goes of keeping it up, the school district for 10 years or however many years didn't do anything. Let it just be abandoned. If I owned those buildings, I would have boarded them up really well and made sure that they couldn't have been accessed. In fact, if you're just bound and determined to tear something out, take the buildings, leave the shells, gut them out so there's nothing else in there that's dangerous. So you just have sheds out there, gut them out. Take it as a 2-step process, and then put it on the market for sale. I don't think this building has ever been put on the market, officially put on the market. In fact, you talk about increasing the marketability, and here's what I would do if I looked at a building like this. I would get rid of all the trash out of them, tear them out so you could see them clearly. That would show the outside world that we're open for business, that we got these things ready to sell. You can always tear them down and make them into a greenfield as you market it. You have more flexibility right now while you have the buildings up than you do if you tore them down. If you tear them down, you have no flexibility. So the roofs, the water coming in the roofs right now, the roofs are all pretty good, believe it or not. The only place the water's coming in is where they stole the caps off the roof and water's coming through a hole. The roofs are in really good shape. The $800 for tagging, I laughed. You know, I mean, if you're going to pay $800, just give me $50. I'll have my maintenance guy over there and take care of the tagging for you tomorrow. So, or I'll just have him do it for nothing if you'll allow me to go onto the property. So, the thing that I'm asking you to do right now is that let's just assume I'm right for a minute, that this could be a lot bigger deal for Duncanville. Let's just assume. Can you give us 30 to 60 days? Can you let us see if W&B Refrigeration can't put their corporate offices out on their current campus? This would be the second choice, one of those buildings. And some would say, well, we don't want office there, we want entertainment, it's the gateway. But let me tell you, without corporate offices, without those kind of tenants to mix in the uses, places like the Hilton will deteriorate more because, see, when a corporate office uses the hotel keeps their hotel up. But if W&B goes away and others go away and don't use those hotels, they'll be like the Hampton Inn of past that was just up the road. Do you remember the Hampton Inn when it used to be up Camp Wisdom? You remember, as it deteriorated over time, that's what happens to hotels. That's what happens to restaurants when you don't have corporate office people. Now, W&B is getting ready to expand, 20,000 square feet of office. They asked me to find them an office somewhere else. And when they said that, I said, wait a minute, we've got a Toyota dealership right here, perfect for them, perfect. Not too many really pleasant things are going to go on that freeway over there as far as like outdoor dining right up on the freeway. You know why? It's too loud. It's horribly loud over there. What you need is a couple of buffer type uses over there and then kind of a main street. If you could imagine a main street going from 67 down the middle of the two buildings through the tortilla factory over to the side street, what's the name of that street over there? Beside, what's the name of that street over there, Dennis, beside Red Lobster? Skyline. Besides, so imagine a main street going through there. We could have a mixed-use, walkable community with what the comp plan said: commercial, retail, and entertainment. So the places in the country, the places in the Metroplex that are dying are the malls, single purpose, consumer-oriented only. The shopping centers, the big box shopping centers that are dying, single purpose, consume. The places that are thriving are places that are mixed. They got office, like Uptown. They got office, they got retail, they got residential, they got hotels, they got mixes of uses. And this one, we've got an opportunity in Duncanville today, to take an old car dealership and an old Kmart, which we've already done, the old Kmart, and create a really special mixed-use building, recycling, repurposing buildings like nobody else has done in the country. And then the last thing I'll say is this: if you discard these buildings so easily that you think we can just tear them down and throw them where? Throw them in Dallas? Throw them in Hutchins? Take them to Louisiana? I mean, is that what you care about your kids, about your grandkids? Is that what we do? We just kick the can down the road? We don't even consider recycling? In 2019, in the world changing today, and lowering the carbon footprint, and trying to be more sustainable, can't we at least look at both sides? Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, don't leave. I have a question for you.
Mr. Cooks.
Mr. Anderson, I'll ask you, let me first of all say I respect, again, your background and your professionalism. As I say to the others, no way that I can measure up to what you guys do, so thank you for what you do, period. But, so I've heard two sides of this. And what I've heard is a repurpose, and I heard greenfield. So I'll ask you like I've asked the others. So have you taken in greenfield yourself and made it a new building at any point in your career?
Yes.
Okay. All right,
Yeah.
so then the other part, have you been into this building?
Yes, I have.
All right, and then the other is.
I've been into it with my engineer with me.
Which in there with you. Then you talked about investing some money into it as well to make it a shell, but there's no for sale sign out there at all. I think I heard that as well. Is that correct?
As far as I know, it's never been marketed.
Okay. You know, when I run across things like this, when I think about two major decisions like this, it sounds to me as that the repurpose and the greenfield is that we need to have more of a healthy conversation. You looking at it in one way, or even someone who's doing a repurpose idea would look at it one way. The other way, somebody would look at it a greenfield way, but no one has sat down with each other and say, let's talk through this. And so I think this is an opportunity for the EDC again to have more of a healthy conversation again, to look at this repurpose and look at greenfield, and then present back to this council their thoughts as they have more of a healthy discussion in the EDC, with the EDC and with bringing others around the table to get more information.
That's a very good point, and let me explain something here that I didn't explain good. I'm glad you asked me this question. You know, if you look at the tortilla factory parking lot in front, it's all concrete, right? Nothing's there. You know, how about busting that up, taking all that up, taking up most of the asphalt, and you actually create greenfield there, some greenfield, and you leave the structures. You leave the structures to see if you can use them. Because see, I don't think, you know, you can't leave all that paving out there and not create some streetscape and some landscape and some green out there. You can't do that. That won't work. Okay? So there is a good balance. There is a good combination of what you would do, and I would take it in incremental stages. You may lose your bid tonight for $135,000, but that's a small price to pay to get $30 million. So you could take and clean out the buildings and get them where there's nothing in them. Okay, where there's nothing dangerous in them. Just get all this trash out of them. Clean them out. Then we can go look at them. Once they're cleaned out, that ugly mansard across the front is gone. All the glass is gone because none of that meets the energy code. Do the asbestos abatement, the lead abatement. Clean them up, get them out.
We're into redundancy again. I need to help us move on.
I'll close out my last question for you, Mr. Anderson, and that is, at any time that you go to the EDC board when this was on their agenda to help walk through and give your ideas at that time?
Yes, I did. I went to the director.
No, I mean the board meeting.
I went to the board. I went to the director. I was never allowed any real time to have these discussions.
Well, to the board. I'm not to the board.
To the board.
Not to the director. To the board himself.
To the board.
All right. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, Ms. Jamison.
Monty, I want to ask a question. Who owns the property where the old Kmart?
Ricardo Garza from that owns the
So
tortilla
he
factory.
owns the building.
So he's interested in doing. You know, we have the two developers already here in town. W&B and the tortilla factory.
I know about W&B, and I'm not sure that is a good fit for that area, W&B. I mean, it's in my district. I know them. But
it wouldn't be a truck. It would be corporate offices only. No trucks.
They wouldn't have trucks
No
there?
truck. It would only be corporate offices. I want to make sure you know that. It'd be their executive offices for all of their operations. It would be it's starting off at $6 million in payroll. $6 million, and that we'll lose that. So a lot of that'll leave.
So all they're looking for right now is corporate offices, not for
no
their trucking
more
part?
trucks. No trucks. No trailers. No trucks. Corporate offices only. Corporate offices.
Well, so Garcia?
Ricardo Garza.
Oh, Garza. Ricardo Garza owns that the parking lot, that whole piece of property?
Yes.
That is, to me, it's really underutilized. That
Yes,
parking lot's huge. It's,
Yes, and he would like to do a development deal. He's on board with this to do a development deal, a master plan, the whole thing together.
So why couldn't WB put their corporate building on his concrete?
Their first choice is to, did I answer you first? Excuse me, I didn't know if.
no, yeah, I just wanted to know, since we're talking about his property, you know, who owns it, and if,
Yeah.
you can't just,
Right, the potential for two major stakeholders in town to come together to do a development together we have right now before us. W&B's first choice is to put their corporate offices on their site. But they're going to have to build some kind of parking structure, they're going to have to build some kind of thing, and Tracy Maynard told me today, if the city couldn't give him at least $850,000, he couldn't build that deal, and he didn't know if it would work anyway. If you couldn't give him $850,000, what he told me today. And he said that he's not even asking you, he hadn't even asked, I don't think, he may have asked the director, but they don't have enough room to do what they want to do long-term. They can make a stage one, like expansion and get a little bit, but they need more. They need 20,000 square feet. They need 60 parking places. They're going to need more space. The Nance property they've been trying to buy, that's off the table. They tried to buy the church next door, that's off the table. They're landlocked in. If they stay in Duncanville and they can't build on the corporate site, the current corporate site, the Toyota dealership is probably their only option.
Except for Garza's parking lot.
No, they're not going to build there.
Why not?
Because he said they weren't.
I'll do it.
The other ones, I mean, you don't want.
It's a corporate office. Why does it have to be in the middle of an entertainment district if he wants to be right there next to hotels? You said yourself he wants to be by hotels.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to step in. We are getting a little off topic of the agenda item, so we need to bring it back. The only consideration here is whether or not to approve a demolition order.
So, Mr. LeBlanc.
I just have one question. You know, you started your comments, I guess, because, you know, in a next meeting or so, you'll be sitting up here, you'll be on the council, and you started your comment by saying you are not going to make any profit about this, you're not going to do all this. But then in your conversation, you said they have asked you and approached you to help them find a place.
Somewhere else.
So then if it's somewhere else, why are you advocating for them to be at this location?
Because we're going to lose $6 million in payroll.
Okay.
How many corporate office users do we have to get? Do we get the opportunity to keep?
So if they are at this location, you have found this location for them for free?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. If I make a big development commission fee if they go somewhere else, that's exactly right. So believe me, today I've questioned what I'm doing after listening to what I've listened to tonight. I question, you know, here I'm doing this, or here I'm just go make money and do something else. The reason I'm doing this is because I believe that I can contribute something to not only this building, but many other buildings around that are going to have the similar problems.
Okay. Thank you. I have cards from Mr. Broughton and Mr. Dial, but I believe you've made your comments already. The final comment card I have is Gail Slager.
Gail Slager, 1405 South Main, Duncanville, Texas. I'll be very brief. I filled out a card because I think Mr. Dial and his associates really are too modest. I watched the property on Oak Lawn, Maple, and the Toll Road while I was executive director at Lee Park Arlington Hall Conservancy. I looked at it with a couple of people who were interested in buying it and developing it. Glad they didn't. Trammell Crow, one of the largest property owners when he was alive, now the family in the country, has trusted Mr. Dial to help him with that project. It was the old Parkland Hospital, then it was a county jail, deteriorated into trash. Some of those buildings were saved. The nurses' quarters were saved and repurposed. The building was repurposed for Trammell's headquarters, and then many other beautiful, profitable buildings for the city of Dallas were built there. So while they're very modest about that, I'm not. And I think many good ideas have been shared here tonight. There's some advantages of taking down and clearing the property and making it beautiful and pristine. If we look at piece by piece, taking down the asbestos, taking up the tile, redoing that, I don't know how much money we've saved because we have that. If we look at it and we hire consultants to help us again, we've spent that money and we're back to square one. So I trust this council to make a decision about maybe taking another look. 30 days, not going to make a lot of difference in the marketability of that property. Thank you.
Thank you. We've been given formidable remarks on both sides of the issue. Both sides have great merit, and I appreciate the input that we've been given. One of the things that we do need to consider is the possibility of whether doing some initial work, as Mr. Anderson has, like a constituent has suggested to us, to do some work on the buildings to make them more presentable, to find out if anybody would like to use them as they presently are, incurs cost on our part. How much, we don't know. The other things that have been posited to us are that we delay this particular contract in terms of looking at a pro forma for its future use and whether or not that's going to be acceptable to any other developers. It's a difficult decision, I'll admit, because the possibility of those repurposed buildings having some value is something that none of us here in this room know. Only a developer with deep pockets is going to be able to give us that information. And in order to bring that information to us is going to delay this decision even further. I believe that I personally have extreme confidence in the composition of our EDC board. I also believe that they have examined this in depth and come to this decision that demolition of the entire property is in the best interest. And what we have normally talked about around this room here is the highest and best use of this property. Now, highest and best use can also include repurposing of existing buildings. So at the moment, I'm a little on the fence because the remarks in terms of making those buildings look more marketable as they stand, but having them abated, as was suggested, is a possibility. Whether we want to, as a city, invest more money into destruction of property before it becomes marketable, I don't know. So I just put that on the table and open it up to more discussion. But let me do one thing first, and I'm really going to be out of order here, but I got to do something. We have two individuals here in the room from Dunaway & Associates, and it's for item 5F. They've been sitting through this for a long, long time. It's going on 11 o'clock. And is it possible that we can, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it.
I have a motion on this one, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion.
Well, I don't know, but what I want to do first is the possibility of getting these gentlemen in this the resolution of 5F, get it on the table, get it over with, so these guys can go home, and we can continue to debate what's going on 5E. Is there some possibility of doing that?
No, you're currently considering this particular agenda item. I mean, there is no motion on the table unless somebody's trying to make a motion.
Yes, I'm trying to make a motion.
If you would consider his motion, then there would be a motion up.
Okay, that's the advice I need, and I appreciate it. So, Mr. Cooks, you have the floor.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we table the demolishing of the building and send the project back to EDC to further consider both repurpose and a greenfield, and then weighing out what's better, a recommendation after looking at both, and then bringing it back to the council. That's my motion, that we decline the demolishing of the building and referring it back to the EDC for further consideration, looking at the both repurpose as well as greenfield.
So I think those are two motions. If you could clarify, are you wanting to table or are you wanting to take a vote to reject?
I want to take a vote to reject.
What?
I want to take a vote to reject the demolishing of the
Oh, I
building.
thought you said recess. I'm sorry.
No.
You at first said you wanted to table the decision.
Okay.
So which would you like to do?
I would like to make a motion to decline the offer that's on the table to demolish the building and send it back to EDC for further consideration, for repurpose, and for better, healthier conversation with both repurpose as well as greenfield.
That's a two-part motion.
Well, city attorney, help me out if you understand what I'm asking.
Could you add dinner to that?
Yeah, no, right?
So what is, the agenda item is to consider resolution authorizing the award of a bid for the demolition. So you are moving to
decline that.
To decline to authorize the bid.
Yes.
Or
To
reject the
reject
bid.
the bid,
Reject it.
not decline it.
Reject.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Hugman.
Does there need to be a second?
I second.
Yes, please.
Mayor and council, I do have a concern about rejecting the bid. We have reached out to the demolition company. They are willing to work with us. If possible, what I would prefer is that you just table it and give the direction to rework, to go back to the EDC and discuss, but instead of rejecting the bid, if we reject the bid, then the decision is to demolish, we have to go back out through the whole bid process.
That's fair, city manager. I'm willing to restate that through the city attorney to make sure that motion is correct. I'm stating it correctly.
So to clarify, we have a proposed motion to table the discussion on this particular agenda item until the next scheduled meeting.
With direction to the EDC.
With direction to the DEDC to take into consideration both the option to demolish and if they were to repurpose those buildings.
That's correct. That's why you're an attorney.
Yeah. Do we need to set a time limit for the, I mean, 2 meetings to, because
We can table
this is,
it for
the
2
EDC
meetings.
has to have another meeting, the EDC has to put it together, the EDC has to come back to us. There's no way that by the next meeting this can be accomplished.
Okay, so we'll amend the motion that the discussion on this particular matter be tabled until 2 meetings out from tonight, which I'm sorry, I don't know the exact date of that.
First meeting in June,
First meeting in June.
or no, it'd be the second meeting in June if we table it for 2 meetings.
We have the meeting on May 21st.
Oh, that's right. So,
So it'd be
well,
the
then
one-
it would be the second meeting in June if we table it for 2 meetings.
So May 22nd, and then skipping the first one in June, so it'll be the second one in June. So this would be heard on the the third meeting out.
Mayor, we will not be having a meeting until the end of June.
We being EDC?
I'm sorry, the DCEDC is not meeting until the end of June. There's a potential, working with W&B, that we might have a special called meeting. But I do not believe that we can meet the 2 weeks. I believe it's going to be the first part of June before we be able to come back to city council. June 18th?
That works,
Oh, I'm
though.
sorry. Okay,
That works.
okay, I apologize.
Yeah, because we're
Okay.
into the second meeting in June.
Okay, very good.
You want to state it?
So before I do this, just to clarify, this will be considered at the June 18th meeting?
That's not what she just said. That's what she just said they will not have a meeting. She just said that, we're not listening.
Correct. So you would
That
be.
is correct. So unless
July.
we have a special called meeting, we will not meet until the DCEDC meets the fourth Monday of the month. So that would be at the end of June unless we have a special called meeting. That is correct. So it would be July.
But you could call a special meeting.
There is one date potentially that we could call a special meeting. That is correct. That has not been decided yet. That is correct.
Yeah, turn your mic on.
Mayor, Council, I think we could table it to the June 18th meeting, and if necessary at that time, you could, again, table it farther out. I am concerned a little bit with going too far out with a demolition company. I don't know that they would be willing to hold their bids for 90 days, and that's really what we would be looking at, because depending on what you want to do on a July 2nd council meeting, you may not have another meeting until after the middle of July, which is 2 months, over 2 months from now.
Well, my concern is due diligence on this, because what we're talking about for the EDC to examine this particular proposal means bringing in external expertise. Getting some bids on taking down the mansard, taking down all the windows, doing a structural examination of the building, putting that out for somebody to come in and do it, then creating the pro forma. That's time, and there's no way to. It can happen.
I don't know why we would rush it, other than a demolition company should not push. We shouldn't. I know a bid is important. I understand, and we've made but it should not determine to push a decision that's important as this is for us to move forward. So I would not have a company to drive the council or the city in reference to saying, let's hurry up and rush, and not make the good decision and giving the EDC adequate time to take care of this. That's why we're here right now.
So not specify a particular time, but just ask the EDC to perform with due diligence as quickly as possible to come back to council.
Yeah, I'll just take the 2 weeks away. Just keep the motion and take the 2 weeks away. If they come back in 2 weeks, great. But if they don't come back in 2 weeks, we got to give them an opportunity to do what they do best. They're the professionals on that board, and I have a lot of confidence in everyone that sits around that table.
So
Mr. Schwartz, you had comment? I'm sorry.
I was just going to clarify the actual proposed motion.
I don't even think we're there yet.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz, comment?
I'll be voting against this because I feel like we've got a staff recommendation, we've got a board recommendation, and we ought to just go ahead and demolish it, get it clear, and start over.
I agree with Dennis, because you started by saying how much confidence you had in these two gentlemen and the board, the DCEDC, and what they've done, and they've come with a recommendation, as Dennis has said, for us to move forward with the demolition. And now we want to go back and have them to reevaluate the confidence we just said we had in them to come up with, see if their first conclusion was right, or they're going to come up with another conclusion.
So what
And
we,
that's correct,
so what we have.
because they didn't look at both, looked at both sides.
So what we have is we have Mark's motion on the table to table this, which is deferring the action. And so I think it's time we could take a vote on this thing to, let's go ahead and take the vote on Mark's motion to defer, and understand that a vote in favor says to defer. A vote saying no means we do not accept the deferral, we're going for demolishing. And then we need another motion to then accept the item, correct?
Correct. What we're now considering is whether to table the item, and there needs to be a second.
Okay, so understand, please, we are going to vote,
Is that a second?
and a vote for yes means vote to defer. A vote for no means we reject deferring and moving forward. So please, does everybody understand? A vote for yes means we're going to defer action. A vote no means we reject deferring, and we're going to then take another motion to accept the resolution as it is. So please vote.
Yeah, the vote's there.
The motion to defer has passed.
Mayor and council, just for clarification then, I want to make sure that we understand the direction from the council, and that is for the EDC to re-examine this property as greenfield or keeping the existing buildings, to look at the option of gutting the existing buildings and leaving a shell. Is that correct? I'm going to look at the president of the EDC and the economic development director. Do you feel you have adequate direction from the council? Okay, thank you.
Thing like we're talking about, if it's possible to even use that property, because that is a huge unused parking lot just sitting there. If they'll let us develop that also, kind of. I know. I think that you ought to, Jessica, maybe have a conversation with them, because that was thrown out. If that's a possibility, I think that'd be great to include it. If it's not, then we need to know that, because that would change a lot if it's not possible. If it is, it's just sitting there. It's empty all the time.
Okay, understood, agreed. Okay, we need to move on. Item 5F. Consider a resolution approving the terms and conditions of professional engineering services agreement number 19-035 for design services for Daniel Dale Road, street and subsurface utilities, reconstruction from Main Street to US 67 with Dunaway and Associates in the proposed amount of $432,710. Mr. Ramey, can you be concise, please?
Yes, sir. Again, good evening, Mayor and Council. As stated, this is for the Daniel Dale Road design. The background, just in total, what we're talking about is a project for the design to reconstruct the street and the subsurface utilities between Main Street and US 67. As we stated in here, this is part of the bond project, and then while we're doing the bond project, we're going to do the subsurface utilities. As mentioned, this one would go to Dunaway, which are here tonight. This is the project map, but I put a 11 by 17 on y'all's table for your to consider it, and it just captures again the scope of this project. And again, my recommendation, or the staff's recommendation to council, is that you approve this contract, subject to your questions. And again, the engineers are
Chair will entertain a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Question.
Ms. Thomas. Oh, Mr. Cooks.
Greg, so on this design, I know we talked about this a little bit in the back.
We have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Okay, Mr. Cooks.
Yeah, thank you. Greg, you mentioned on this design, I know Councilman Thomas talked about this earlier. Could this still not include, not taking up any lanes, could this still not include in the design painting a shared lane, bike lane on this new constructive street that we're using bond funds to recreate this street? I'm not talking about taking up a lane. I'm just simply talking about a shared ride where simply paint on one of these lanes, a shared lane for a bike lane. That connects one end of this, connects us to further developing in the Dallas area. The other lane connects us to further going into our the DeSoto area. And you may ask, why is that important? I'm glad you asked, because it is important, Because still, if we're trying to attract a different area of people coming to our city, we're going to have to do that thinking outside the box with some bike lanes as well. You go to Frisco, you go anywhere else, I don't care how busy the street is, I see ride share and I see bikes, whether I'm in Plano or whether I'm in Frisco. And if we're going to continue to grow our city, and we're going to look at our bond opportunity here for this street, I just think it's a disservice if we don't consider looking at a painted lane that includes the center bike lane as well.
I guess my question, my response to that would be, if the decision of the council is to look at a more holistic examination of all Daniel Dale and that road, then I would think that that would be out of the scope of what we're looking at for this particular project. In particular, again, this project is very focused on only between Main Street and US 67. If the intent, you know, I don't think this would be the appropriate mechanism to do what you're saying. I think that would be a separate action that we at staff would have to do.
I'm not going outside of your parameters. I'm still working within your parameters. So I'm not asking you to run it up to Clark. Neither am I asking you to run it up to Hampton. I'm just saying the area in which you have identify a bike painted lanes, shared lanes in that one spot. We'll worry about the other part later. So I'm asking you to ask the design team to look and see how that will look and give us a recommendation.
I mean, we can always adjust the scope accordingly based on the refinement of council's decision in terms of of bike lanes.
So as that motion is on the table, I'll wait until the end and I'll ask for another motion to include in this design. So,
Ms. Thomas?
He's asking for bike lanes. That's painted on the street? Is that correct?
Well, at this exact time, the intent of the contract was to, with the bond, originally was to rebuild what is existing and because of its condition, along with taking advantage of the opportunity to update it.
But what I'm saying is you're designing it now, and we would like to have the design at some point. We would like to have Daniel Dale connect to Mountain Creek Parkway, because they've already done with theirs, where they have bike lanes with their street on the sides. So we're big about in Duncanville about not having to redo things if we have a grand vision. You meet with the water people and the road people and the sewage people, and y'all get together so that you don't have to redo it. I'm just asking you to include the bike lanes or the bike trail along that way. Now, it could be that you just reserve a right-of-way and you go pour it later, but I'd like that to be included because the city did pass a bond for bike trails, and I know that the board, I don't know that they've met to determine exactly where the bike trails are going to be. So it would be nice that conversation, you had that with the bike, along with the sewage people and the water people and the street people, that you bring in the park board people and you see whether the trail is going to go along that part. That way we don't have to dig up a road or you don't say, well, we just done the road. Too bad, so sad. I'm just trying to get ahead of it.
Well, yes, I totally understand, and I think the bigger discussion is, we're maxed out on the right-of-way on Daniel Dale. So the bigger concept, I guess, would be whether or not we incorporate it into a 6-lane or we go back and we relook at it as a 4-lane with
in the briefing room, there was a suggestion of a car count, to see if it's feasible. Can we at least do that? A car count.
Oh, do the traffic counts?
Yeah, traffic count.
Yeah, so, and that's definitely,
because it could be that it's too dangerous, it's too crowded, I don't know. And it could be that we take it down, we go down Daniel Dale to Main Street, and then we turn down Main Street towards the field house. I don't know,
Well,
but I'd just like to have that
again,
conversation.
I guess, structurally with this contract, I see that there's two pieces to it. One is a more holistic examination of the entire Daniel Dale thoroughfare and its impact upon this particular segment. I think at the end of the day, the contract that we have with Dunaway for this is, what you're saying is we need to have a study for a decision point on whether or not the scope that we give Dunaway for this portion of the road is 6 lanes of highway with subsurface utilities or some other combination of street and alternative transportation methods. We definitely can do that, but again, I think that is a separate contract from this contract because I think to look at entire Daniel Dale as a predecessor to this contract would be out of scope of this particular contract. It would have to be another contract we would let.
And let me just add to what Mr. Ramey is saying, is we could look at a change order for this particular contract and look at this particular segment, this segment only as far as a bike lane. But what Mr. Ramey is saying is extremely important because it's not like the bike lane to nowhere. You don't want to create that, so you have it for this segment. And if you're not, then we would have to go back and have another study beyond this segment. So we'd have to have a change order to this contract to evaluate just this segment and the feasibility of adding a bike lane. Then we'd have to look at another contract and then look at that connectivity between this segment and making that connection all the way to Dallas. That'd be a future.
That's exactly what you're looking at Hill City right now. We started and stopped. We had went in. So how many years have Hill City been there with the shared bike lane? And we're still studying it, and it's still not there. And that's what I'm afraid was going to happen.
It's not being used, is it?
Yes, it's been used.
I live there.
Well, I'm riding there.
Oh, no, I live there.
So the purpose
it's still not being used.
So the purpose of me bringing this up is that this would be what would happen. These would be the next steps. Approve this contract, we could come back with a change order to reevaluate just this segment. Then for future connectivity, we have to come back and look at that larger point.
How difficult is it for Dunaway to accommodate this kind of a change order in terms of the scope of what they've already seen?
They can do that, and that's what I was visiting with them about that, but they don't have the answer to what that change order would look like.
Of course not. Of course not. It's more work, it's more
your
time, it's more engineering.
Right, your question was how hard it would be to evaluate. They can evaluate that. What I can't tell you is what that cost would be.
Yeah, we're complicating a very simple thing here. This is bond money. This street needs work. We know it needs work. And to bring in the future possibility of who knows when down the road of what bringing in bike lanes is a possibility, but that's a change order that needs to be done some other time. I think we just need to get on the road here, no pun intended, and make a decision on this particular contract and talk about bike lanes at some future date.
Last comment, I'll just for the record, I'm not voting against I won't be voting against I'm voting against the design concept, so we're not considering.
Only because it doesn't include bike lanes, but that's not the issue.
That's correct, because that's the future of our city.
We can bring a change order back.
Okay.
Right now, okay, so what do we have on this?
Question, so Councilmember Cook is going to bring a change order back to include bike lanes. So I will vote for this.
All right, all in favor of approving item 5F, please vote. Thank you, the motion is passed. Gentlemen from Dunaway, thank you for persevering with us tonight. Item 5G, consider resolution authorizing Linebarger, Goggin, Blair, and Sampson LLP to obtain an order of sale which will allow for the foreclosure of and to authorize the sale of the properties by Dallas County at public sale in accordance with Section 34.05 of the Texas Property Tax Code for the following properties: 503 Dawson Avenue, 306 Cypress Street, and 1144 North Duncanville Road. Mr. Summerlin.
Thank you, Mayor. As was just stated, this, a tax lawsuit has been filed on each of these properties, 503 Dawson, 306 Cypress, 1144 North Duncanville Road. And as of this date, the judgment amount for each of these remains unpaid. So the resolution authorizes Linebarger to obtain an order of sale, which will allow for the foreclosure and to authorize the sale of the properties by Dallas County at public sale. Staff recommends approval of this resolution.
Mr. McBurnett.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Please vote. Thank you. Item 5H, take any necessary action as a result of executive session. I've forgotten. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. We go back to executive session, and executive session 1 is to, wait a minute, yep. Go ahead and grant, let's see. Grant an extension to our city attorney's office in the matters pertaining to matters brought before us for ethics violations. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All in favor, please vote. Oh, it needs a...
Needs a motion.
Yeah, somebody needs to make a motion to that.
Would you like a proposed motion?
Yeah, I just made a motion. I make a motion to approve our city attorney's offices an extension in giving a full report back to us on the alleged ethics violations that have been provided to us.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Please vote. Thank you. We have 3 staff and board reports. We willing to go on?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we did.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. We have 3 staff and board reports. Oh, first one, yes, monthly financial report. Mr. Summerlin, you got 2 minutes.
Okay, as of March...
I'll give you 3.
As of March 31st, 2019, we're at the 50% mark of the year. General fund ending unreserved fund balance is $18.6 million. Property tax revenue is at 97.6% of the budget. Our sales tax revenue is at 30.9% of the budget. That only reflects 4 months of revenue. And overall, the general fund expenditures are at 40% of the budget, so well under that 50% mark. Graphically, this is how it looks. The red line is the 2019 actuals. The blue line is the 3-year average. And
If you were to sum up our financial position, how would you do it?
We're doing fine.
We're really doing good?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions of Mr. Summerlin? Yeah. Parks and Recreation. We're doing great. Well, let's just, we're going to get our money's worth out of you, Mr. Stevenson. So you got 2 minutes. Pardon me?
All right. Parks and Recreation quarter report. We've had no full-time personnel changes in the last quarter. At your last meeting, you approved the concept plan for Armstrong Park. We're very excited. The next steps are we're working with Dunaway and Associates for the design contract, and that'll be coming before you in the next month. Some of the things we've historically done, we had a great
Okay, nice
season.
picture. Come on.
Yep.
Very good.
I do want to bring this, we've had some great success with our neighborhood trailer, great feedback. It's still available. Call us.
Okay.
Keep Duncanville Beautiful. Have had 2 great events. Seniors have gone to the Ranger game, free tickets from the Rangers, by the way. And then their St. Patrick's Day, upcoming events, Memorial Day. We'll talk a little bit about this. May 27th is our event. It's the 50th anniversary of the park, of the monuments, so it's really special for us. Our honored guest speaker will be retired Colonel Ronald Munden, and you can see him in the lower right picture. He is the man on the right. He was actually involved with the unveiling of the obelisk back in 1969. So it's a really cool thing. He's coming back to be our guest speaker. So please come out. Juneteenth is in Cedar Hill this year. You'll be getting more information about that soon. Independence Day, again, you'll be getting more information about that soon as well. Good?
Thank you. No questions. Fieldhouse Quarterly Report.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Craig Brassfield, General Manager of the Duncanville Fieldhouse. We'll start off our report with the revenues for the quarter. This quarter we did $311,000, which a total of the 6-month period is $510,063, which is an increase of $79,565 over last year at the same time. Revenues, this quarter we spent $262,917, which is a total of $482,960. Revenues are up $49,297 over the same period. Yes, sir. Sorry. For January, revenues were up $23,795, while expenditures were up $1,855. You can see the type of events we were holding. Mostly basketball dominates, as everyone knows. February, again, basketball dominating. Both revenues, $28,000 up, expenses $44,000 down. Again, basketball dominates our events in March. Revenues were slightly down in March of $2,410. But at the same time, revenues went down by expenses went down by $19,003. Traffic from our traffic counting system shows a 12,104 increase from the same time last year. Sponsors, pretty much the same. We're working to renew. All that totals about $90,000 if we get it all in, which we feel like we will. Our programs at the field house, we have 4 dance programs, 5 training programs, 5 health and fitness, 2 youth programs. I'll draw your attention to 2 new programs I think we got since our last meeting, actually 3. We have a boxing academy that's joining us as we speak. They really kick it off in June. Then we have a meditation program. Alex, I'm not sure exactly what that goes on with that, but we do have it. And then our summer camp registrations opens this month, which leads us into summer camp. Getting ready for a huge program. Revenue in our camps and academic activities is about $275,000, with the bulk of it coming from summer camp. We're hoping to register north of 350 kids again this year. And with that, I'll bring Alex up. Alex Hamby, our marketing director at the field house. He's doing a great job. We'll talk more about some events that he's got going.
My first time coming up here, and nobody wants to hear anything I have to say because everybody wants to go to sleep. So I'll try to be really brief. So You Think You Can Dance was here on February 19th. They were here they were on that day. They arrived at about 6 o'clock in the morning. They were here until 7 o'clock that night, and they saw about 100 auditions. They set the stage. I mean, they basically set their lighting and everything. They loved the space, and as you can see, they were very happy with it. So I'm going to ask everybody if you could please watch it this season so they can get renewed, so they can come back and do this again next year, because it was a lot of fun. Fox 4 did 2 actual full segments that morning. They did several cutaways also. So a lot of shots from the outside of the field house, a lot of shots from the green gym, a lot of great things there. There we go. Okay, I will quickly point this out. This is our overall audience as far as online, the number of people that we reach. The point of these numbers is basically brand awareness. I use all of these channels to spread awareness about the events that we have going on at the field house, supporting their marketing events, programs, supporting the programs that we've got going on, making sure that people know about the venue so that they know that they can actually rent space, utilize it, bring in more revenue. And for brevity, I will go to this. So one of the things that I do beyond just like promote things is I'm always listening, because people will talk about what is going on at the Duncanville Fieldhouse. They'll either be checking in, talking about what their kids' successes are on the courts, or they will be reviewing us. So they will have positive reviews, they'll have reviews that are just like 4 or 5 stars with no comments, or they will have an example like what is up there.
So Alex, in summation, you think our social media is good?
I think our social media is good.
Great. Okay, next one.
But no, this you'll like this one.
Okay.
So we have at the top a negative review, and the negative review basically gives me an opportunity to talk to Craig, talk to Richard, and say, okay, look, we got this. And I get these notifications at all times. Like I can be sitting in it can be like 11 o'clock at night, I'm ready to go to sleep like you all are, and I'll get a notification of a review. So as you can see, the top one is a negative review. We got together, talked about it, immediately fixed the problem. A month later, we got the same exact review, but as a positive. I will point out the bottom lower. Do you want me to tell you what the review is? Okay, I'm going to have to edit it for politeness. Ladies' bathroom. Every toilet seat looks like it has on it stains. You charge enough, replace the dang seats. A month later, neat, affordable and good, clean restrooms, very efficient and helpful staff. When we get a negative review, the first thing that I do is I immediately respond to it online, let them know that they are heard, let them know that we are taking care of it, that they're not going to be ignored. Then Craig, Richard, and I tell them about the review, they address it, we address it together, gets taken care of, and then we don't see that negative review again. So that is the goal of that, and it's all with the point of, yes, ma'am.
You've got some women on staff. Why didn't somebody say something?
Talking to me?
Yeah.
I can't answer that question for other folks.
Well, maybe you should have a meeting or something and say, if y'all see something, say it.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what, to get a response like that. And you know, I know at one point before you, we found 2 in the ladies' restroom, 2 stalls had been locked shut because they were broken. So I would say your staff people, if they see things like that, they need to tell you, not wait for that.
Yes, ma'am.
That's awful.
Yes, ma'am.
That's pretty much what I had.
Try to answer any questions.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
This meeting is adjourned at 11:19.